Commonwealth versus Michael Austin. Commonwealth versus Michael Austin, 21 CR 0078. Are you Michael Austin?
Yes.
You were born in 1966? Is that correct?
Yes,
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
The last,
7734?
yeah,
Okay. You're here on a pretrial diversion revocation is what it says. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Austin had a 5-year sentence on trafficking marijuana and cultivating marijuana. He's on pretrial diversion. He got a new felony arrest for being in possession of a handgun by a convicted felon. Trooper Luntz made a traffic stop and he had only in his possession of 9mm. So I've got the trooper here to testify.
Your Honor, we've discussed this with Mr. Stockton. That new felony arrest is here in Monroe County, and it is my understanding it is going to be indicted either June or July, and I don't remember which.
Well, that's the problem because when I told you that, I didn't realize he had a pretrial diversion, so I don't know that he will be indicted.
Okay.
Yes. But since he's not been sentenced on it yet, I'm gonna have to do a little research and see if he is a convicted felon. But he definitely shouldn't have had a handgun with him on his own supervision.
And Your Honor, with regard to that, we would request to pass 1 month, so that both Mr. Stockton and I can research what the law says with regard to that.
Well, that's two different cases. That's whether he's gonna be indicted. This is whether he violated his diversion because he had the handgun.
Yeah, he's not supposed to have, you want to stipulate to him having a handgun or you want to have a hearing?
Judge, let me double check with my client first, please. We can step away.
Always good to consult your client.
Your Honor, we would stipulate to the violation in the case.
Okay, well, we will revoke the pretrial diversion order of pre-sentence investigation report. Have sentencing on, I guess, July 18th. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you very much. Dalton Birdwell. We have an arraignment here. We have a file for arraignment. Commonwealth versus Dalton Birdwell, 24 CR 0058 and 23 CR 0051. Are you Dalton Birdwell?
yes, Your Honor.
What's your year of birth?
04/21/98,
Last four digits of your social security number.
5368.
Okay. You're here on a shock probation revocation, but you're also here to be arraigned. You have the right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury of Monroe County is returning an indictment charging you with burglary in the 3rd degree, theft by unlawful taking or disposition, criminal syndicate engaging in organized crime, being a persistent felony offender on those 3 charges. Do you understand those charges? Mr. Bailiff? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
What day is your negotiation day? Where is that gonna be? Here? Okay, you shall next appear at a negotiation day on July the 5th at 9 a.m. and your next court date is July the 18th. Signing a reciprocal discovery order requires the Commonwealth to provide your attorney certain information to help you prepare for your defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Amber Crowe. Are you Amber Crow?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 24 CR 0001. Ms. Crow, you were born in 1997.
Yes.
Okay, and the last four digits, social security number 1582.
Yes, Your
You're
Honor.
here for a pretrial conference. What do we have?
Your Honor, I had filed a motion in front of the court for an adversarial bond hearing. And I would request a date on that.
Where are we at in this case, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, she was indicted in January. She was placed in NCIC in March, so we can get her in custody. She lives, I guess, in Tennessee was where she was residing. Since that time, we furnished discovery. I know there's been a change over at DPA, but nobody has yet to look at the child advocate interview.
I can't hear you. There's coughing going on.
Nobody yet
You gotta move over this way.
looked at the child advocacy center interviews. This is a case, if we have an adversarial bond hearing, it's just going to be based on her residency, previous criminal history, because what we have in this case is we have two of her children saying that she was preventing the baby from breathing. So that's the evidence that the Commonwealth has. The officer can just testify about the charges. So I would just kind of like to move the case along for trial unless she can make a good secured bond since she's out of state.
What kind of bond can your client make?
Your Honor, with regard to this case, we would have been asking for a surety bond that would be monitored on an ankle monitor. She would be residing here in Monroe County. I believe her father lives here. It would not be in the same house as as either the alleged victim in the case. or
What's the
other
bond now?
It is. Let me do it here. $50,000 cash.
Well, I'd be willing to do a $25,000 clerk approved surety with an ankle bracelet to reside at her father's residence in here in Monroe County. Stay away from the alleged victim. Is that okay with you, Mr. Commonwealth?
Pay for more than witnesses.
Or the witnesses? Did you hear me? Look at
Hold on,
me.
Your Honor. I provided incorrect information to the court,
Yeah.
and she was correcting me. Who would you be living with and where's he live at?
He lives in Knox County, but I have a home place near here too.
With who?
It's Michelle Russell.
Your Honor, I misspoke. It is not her father that lives here in Monroe County. It is a Michelle Russell who is a friend.
Mhm.
I don't really care where she lives. If she lives here in Monroe County at an address certain with a $25,000 clerk approved surety and an ankle bracelet.
Okay.
Stay
you,
away from the witnesses. Okay, not communicate with the witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, the witnesses are her children, is that correct?
Right.
What is the cabinet involved with her relationship? But what's their restrictions the cabinet has?
I don't know what they have in district court. I know our bond conditions was no contact with the victim, but I think it'd have to be with the witnesses too. It'll let the cabinet.
What kind of contact does she have with these children now that they're the alleged witnesses?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that the children are currently in foster care and Miss Crow being in custody has not been able to work any type of plan with the cabinet in
Well,
order.
okay, if she attempts to establish visitation with the cabinet, the Commonwealth attorney needs to be brought to the table.
Okay.
With that. Is that fair enough? Okay, thank you very much. And she's gonna be here on July the 5th for
Yes.
negotiation, July the 5th at 9 a.m. here at the Justice Center for negotiation, and July the 18th for a next pretrial. Tracy Davis. Commonwealth versus Tracy Davis, 22 CR 0097. Are you Tracy Davis? You were born in 1972.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 7718. You're here for the purpose of sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, you were pretrial diverted, 3 years pretrial diverted for 5 years. The diversion was voided on May 16th, 2024. Should therefore be sentenced to 3 years, sir. Okay,
Your Honor, we would like to ask the court at this time to consider probating Mr. Davis. It was a possession that he was convicted of, which does benefit by law from presumptive probation. We would ask the court to grant him supervised probation under any conditions that the court deems appropriate.
let's come up.
Well, he absconded in September of last year, so I don't think he's a minimum probation.
You can file a motion for shock probation when it's time, but absconding makes it very difficult for us to do anything for anybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. James Dockery. Commonwealth versus James Dockery, 24 CR 0023. Are you James Dockery? Good morning. We're here for sentencing in 24 CR 0023. Mr. Dockery, were you born in 1963?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 6386.
Yes.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done at probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Plead guilty to failure to comply with sex offender registry first offense. The defendant shall receive 1 year to serve. He shall receive credit for time served. Okay? Thank you. Cinda Evans.
Judge, what about clerk office on the next?
Give her some time to pay it.
I don't have.
What were the court costs on that last case? 210. Tell your client on that last case, court costs were 210. I'll let him pay it $30 a month, first payment being due 30 days after he's released, okay? Good morning, Ms. Evans. You're here for sentencing today in 23 CR 0082 and 24 CR 0039. Were you born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits 0437.
Yes, sir.
You entered a plea in this case. Have you read the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is there any reason this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon pleading guilty, indictment 23 CR 0082, possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine, she will receive a sentence of 3 years. Upon pleading guilty to failure to maintain insurance, fine of $500. On a plea on 24 CR 0039, bail jumping, she'll receive 5 years. The 3-year sentence under 82, 23-0082, and a 5-year sentence shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Probated for 5 years. She shall enter and complete a long-term treatment facility for a minimum of 6 months. To be scheduled by DPA subject to approval of Commonwealth. Have you got that scheduled yet?
Your Honor, she has been assessed. I'm just waiting on the bed date for her.
Okay, well, she shall remain incarcerated until the date, the bed date is available. And it also said that the facility shall be approved by the Commonwealth. It said, Mr. Stockton, make sure that you stay on top of that. What are the what costs in this case?
$785.
$785 out, and the insurance, those things, you can't dispense with those. So I'll allow her to pay it $50 a month, starting 30 days after she gets out of the successfully completes the rehab, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Justin Gillespie. Commonwealth versus Justin Gillespie, 24 CR 0026. Good morning, Mr. Gillespie.
Good morning.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5237.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the free sentence investigation report done by probation pro? Is it substantially correct? Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty of assault, second degree, defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years. To run consecutively for a total of 6 years. Serve 180 days with a balance probated for 5 years. Shall receive credit for time served. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That met with the approval of the officer. Your Honor.
Okay, how much time does he have in there? Anybody know?
A little bit over 80 days. Like 80.
He doesn't have the
83 days.
180 days in it.
It's like 83 days, I think, something
Okay.
like that.
I think the PSI says that he had 77 days as
Yeah.
of the date that they calculated.
What's the court cost in this case?
$240.
How much?
$250.
$240 court cost. All you pay that $30 a month, 30 days after you release from jail, gets you time to get back on your feet, okay? Jonathan Hale. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Hale, 22 CR 0014. Are you Jonathan Hale? Well, good morning, Mr. Hale. Were you born in 1989?
Sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 9473. You're here for sentencing today. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report of a probation parole?
Yes.
Counselor, is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were given 5 years pretrial diverted for a period of 5 years. The diversion was voided on May the 16th, 2024. Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
Your Honor, similar to the last one, this was a possession charge that he had been convicted of. So we would be asking the court to grant him probation as possessions do benefit from presumptive probation.
Your Honor, again, this is a gentleman that was on probation. He absconded. He didn't report in February, and that's the basis of the revocation.
Yeah, I'm gonna deny his probation based upon his absconding. And if you want to take a look at shock probation at some time, we'll take a look at that. Just got to comply with these things. You know, you made 2 or 3 or 4 bad decisions. Most people made at least that many. Luckily, you're young enough to recover, if you will. Okay, so we'll take a look at it then. Okay, thank you. Dustin Jesse. Are you Dustin Jesse?
Yes, sir.
This is 24 CR 0006. We're here for a pretrial conference and a motion discovery. Mr. Jesse, were you born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 0707.
Yes, sir.
What kind of motion do you have here?
Right, with a motion for a bill of particulars, I have discussed with Mr. Stockton. I do not believe that there is anything that is outstanding.
Okay. You,
He is coming up for parole either this month or next month. And we'd ask to pass this a month because if he does make parole, that may change my offer on what we do with this case.
And Your Honor, that is also our position. We had discussed.
you
it.
want to do it for July 18th? Will that be soon enough or?
That'd be fine.
Let's put you on for July 18th if they've acted on you by then. And if they hadn't, we can always push it out to August to see if they act then, okay?
Okay, thank you very
Okay,
much, Your Honor.
thank you. Sean Jones. Commonwealth versus Sean Jones, 24 CR 0056 and 23 CR 43. Are you Sean Jones?
Yeah.
Born in 1978?
Yep.
Last 4 digits, social security number 8640.
Yes.
You have 2 charges. On one of them, you're here for arraignment. You have right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with theft of property lost, mislaid, or delivered by mistake or complicity with theft of property lost, mislaid, or delivered by mistake. 1 count. You understand what that charge is?
Yeah.
Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, proceed indictment, await formal reading, arraignment, reserve all pretrial motions. You're pleaded not guilty.
Yes, sir.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here. Mr. Jones, that will require the Commonwealth to provide you evidence to help you prepare for your case. You want him scheduled for a negotiation day?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Negotiation date 9 a.m. on July the 5th. Next court date, July 18th. And what is Mr. Jones's bond?
He's on for revocation, Your Honor. I don't know if there's a holder for that, but basically the basis for the revocation is the new felon.
Okay, well, you can negotiate with the Commonwealth, see if you can reach an agreement. If we don't have something by the next time, we can have a bond here. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, thank you. Alban Roca. Commonwealth versus Alban Roca. 23 CR 0062, 20 CR 0057. Mr. Roca, were you born in 1989?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits social security number 3240.
Yes, sir.
This is a motion for shock probation. What do you have, Mr. Carter?
Your Honor, Mr. Roca was prior to coming back here and getting this last felony, had been a resident in Owensboro at a facility where he was also had been treated there and then was counseling there. He, if were released, could go back and would like an opportunity to go back there. He recognizes that leaving that facility is not going to work for him. So, you know, Your Honor, he's asking for shock probation. And a chance to
What's
go
the
back.
story, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, the last felony he got here in Monroe County was he overdosed at Walmart and he had a bunch of pills on him. He started guilty of trafficking, got 5 years. He is eligible for shock probation on that case. But the two underlying cases, 18 CR 206 and 20 CR 57, he's not eligible from those cases because he's already been shocked. The court's lost jurisdiction on those two cases.
We wouldn't be eligible for the new one then, because he'd been
Until he
shocked at
serves
that
out,
time period.
serves out the other two. I don't care to hold the one in abeyance until he's served out.
Well, I don't think I have jurisdiction. And on the newest one, he's been shocked within a time period too close to the time period to make him eligible on the new one. Isn't that correct?
Well, he's, the 180 days will expire. The only thing the court could do, it would hold it in abeyance, but until he serves out on the other two cases. Would be the only thing you can do.
Okay. Take a look at it then. I won't rule on this. I'll just hold it in abeyance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Southworth. Commonwealth versus Aaron Southworth. 24 CR 0040, 22 CR 0072. We're here for a pretrial conference on 40 and a pretrial diversion revocation. I would assume on 22 CR 0072. You are Aaron Southworth, born in 1992. Last 4 digits, social security number 7202. Yeah, what does the Commonwealth have to say about this?
Your Honor, Ms. Hill and I would like to have one more pretrial. We've had discussions on this case.
July the 5th for a negotiation conference. And July the 18th for the next appearance in court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jamie Watson. Commonwealth versus Jamie Watson, 24 CR 0016. Are you Jamie Watson?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Watson. Were you born in 1979?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 2051. You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor, there was an active EPO that I believe was mentioned in the PSI, and Mr. Watson did want me to inform the court that EPO has been dismissed.
Okay, we should make an adjustment. Okay, we'll take care of that.
Thank you.
So the other reason why he should not be sentenced. On plea of possession of controlled substance, first degree shall receive a sentence of 3 years. Serve 130 days with a balance probate for 5 years. On a plea of failure to maintain insurance. First offense, a $500 fine. On plea of guilty of operating under the influence. He should receive 7 days in jail, which will run with the other days, of course, with the felony days. He will enter and complete a rehab and shall be released from incarceration after he serves his appointed time once a bed is available. What are the court costs in this thing? $1,410. So I'm gonna allow you some time, 30 days after you get out of your rehab, you can start paying $50 a month. Okay? That way you give you an opportunity to get back. You know, when you entered these guilty pleas, you knew that when you entered a plea to a felony that was enhanceable, is that correct? And the DUI was enhanceable. If you get a DUI, you know both of those. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Ansel Williams. Commonwealth versus Ansel Williams, 24 CR 0034. Are you Ansel Williams?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1978?
Yes, sir.
Last two digits, last four digits, social security number 2279.
Yes, sir.
You here today for sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had this opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason why Mr. Williams should not be sentenced today?
Hang on.
On plea of guilty of possession of controlled substance first degree, he should receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial order of 5 years. He shall be referred to social commission and follow recommendation. Receive credit for time served, obtain gainful employment, and follow the other terms of the plea agreement. Now, is he to be released today then, Mr. Stockton? Is that what you said?
He has a bed date pending for this coming Monday. I have the bed letter as well as an agreed order that I was going to do with Mr. Stockton. I just need his signature and yours, and he can go on Monday.
Okay, who's gonna transport him?
I believe it's going to be a representative of the treatment program.
What is the treatment program?
It's Spark, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Stockton, will you?
Yes, she sent that and I approved it, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, good luck. Hope you turn things around.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all don't have anybody else, do you?
No, sir.
Court costs how much? How much the court costs it like? They already paid court costs, so
Your Honor, if I can submit the order.
just give it over there and we'll take it. Okay, Victor Baez. Morning. We have two interpreters here. You know, swear both of you. Both of you swear or affirm that you are authorized to interpret in the courts of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and that you will truthfully do so. Okay. Okay. Are you Victor Baez?
Yes.
Okay, he needs to move over in front of the microphone. Were you born in 1983?
En el 1983.
Sí.
Yes.
You do not have a social security number.
No.
No.
Here on 24 CR 00014 for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
You're just gonna have to go sit down.
We have a diversion plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Baez, I understand that you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Sí.
Are you
Yes.
currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you the same person that was just identified in 24 CR 00014?
Sí.
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today?
Capacidad de determinar lo que tiene que hacer, está dificultada por algo.
Have you discussed this
No.
matter with your
No.
attorney?
Y habló de esto con su abogada. Habló de todo
Sí.
esto con su abogada.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Esto con el trabajo de su abogada.
Sí.
Yes.
You review the evidence Commonwealth has against
Las
you.
pruebas que la fiscalía tiene en su contra.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you believe that you're fully informed about the case?
Informado completamente con respecto al caso.
Sí.
Yes.
No.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today?
Son declarados culpables. ¿Entiendes?
Sí.
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I need to know that you understand those rights before I can accept the plea. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to be tried by jury. You have a right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor. the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand, by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights.
Culpable usted denuncia esos derechos.
And I may
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, or I may have to play any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation.
Yes.
In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial.
¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
Seguimiento de la condena en los pasados 5 años.
No.
No.
Have any felonies in the last 10 years?
Los graves en los últimos 10 años.
No.
No.
You understand, if you complete the diversion program successfully, the charges will be dismissed.
Entonces, y-
Sí.
yes.
You understand that if you do not complete it successfully, you'll be brought back to the court and a scheduling
Sí.
or sentencing will happen.
Y va a haber sentencia. Yes.
If y'all will step to your left here. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, to be supervised by probation and parole. His probation will have to be transferred to Tennessee, and he will not be back in Kentucky unless he has approval from probation and parole. He will pay a $200 fine and court costs. Obtain and maintain gainful employment. And all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Mr. Baez, is that what you agreed to?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act charged in the indictment?
Se acusó.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Libremente y voluntariamente.
Sí.
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights are read to you, is it still your desire to proceed with your plea?
Decir adelante con su caso de culpa.
Sí.
Yes.
Is that your signature on the motion and offer?
Sí.
Yes.
I will accept the plea and give it to her. Yeah. Accept the plea and enter order today. How much does the court cost? How much? $465. Can you pay that today?
¿Puede pagar eso hoy?
No.
No.
Okay, well, I'll allow you to pay that at $50 a month. The first payment will be made 30 days from today. You can mail those in since you can't come back to Kentucky. Now, you'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer over there to get information. Now, we all need to schedule that, or what will you do as far as the availability of interpreter?
We have a line we can call and do that. He won't be able to leave Kentucky today if we transfer. But we can have
When do you want him?
today. I need to see him this afternoon.
Can you get him transferred down there this afternoon?
We'll try.
Okay. We have a problem with you leaving Kentucky until you get transferred as far as your supervision down in Indiana, down into Tennessee. So you'll need to make an appointment to go to the probation and parole office today. You understand that?
¿Entiende?
Sí.
You go there today.
Yes.
Pero me voy a-
¿Qué me dicen?
Que de por sí me iba a mover ya de nueva dirección.
I have the new address already para Kentucky.
Sí.
He has a Kentucky
Okay.
address.
So he has a new address here in Kentucky. So I believe he may have moved here. I don't know that he
Se
has been
mudó acá,
transferred.
usted se mudó a Kentucky.
Sí.
Yes,
That's fine. If he's living here and he's got a valid address, Mr. Collins can
vivía en
supervise.
acá.
But he wasn't at the time.
So we have no problem with amending the agreement to allow him. He just needs to give the new address to the probation parole officer, and we'll amend that portion of the agreement. If you got the agreement in front of you, or did you already hand it up here?
Handed it over. Your Honor.
So why don't you interlineate that and let initial it come, you can approach to get that.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Still need to meet with a probation parole officer. Okay. James Bristow. Commonwealth versus James Bristow, 24 CI 0033. We're here on a pretrial conference. Are you Mr. Bristow?
Yes,
You were born in 1990, last four digits, social security number 8640. We're on a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Your Honor, we are asking for one more pretrial conference and negotiation date. We have been negotiating all the way up until today, and I've had some conversations with Mr. Bristow.
What is the charge?
It's a possession, well, it's a trafficking charge, Your Honor, but it's probably a possession case.
Your Honor, I believe we can have it worked out on the July dates if we could just get one final date.
July the 5th at 9 a.m. for negotiation, and the next court date is July the 18th. Be ready on that day to enter a plea, or we'll set a trial date, okay? Thank you. Donald Bybee.
Your Honor, that's my motion when he entered a pretrial diversion to, and there was some guns involved. And I'm just asking if they be forfeited.
Well, it says for destruction. Are you gonna,
Forfeited in accordance with Commonwealth.
so if there's some of them are values, some of the state police, is that what you do with them?
They usually auction them off for destroying. them.
Okay,
So
that'd be fine. Rockman Carter.
they have me. From the time I talked to him, I'm talking to Jenny for that. See if she can do it.
Morning, Mr. Carter.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Commonwealth versus Brockman Carter, 24 CR 0030. Are you represented by counsel?
No, Your Honor, I'm not. I just, before I obtained counsel, I wanted to see what you thought about representing myself at the trial.
Yeah,
If that's not possible, I will obtain counsel.
Mr. Carter called my office because he had a negotiation day. He didn't have counsel. I told him not to appear at the negotiation day without an attorney. And I had my staff instruct him that I couldn't talk to him until we either had a Feretta hearing and he represented himself or he had counsel. So we need to do one of the others.
I'll tell you what I think about it. I think you'd be better off from an attorney.
Okay.
Always are, but you have the right not to have an attorney. But before we can allow you to proceed without an attorney, we have to have a hearing and there's a series of questions. So I'm going to move you to the bottom of the docket here, and when I call you back up again, you can determine whether you want an attorney, whether we'll have a hearing today. Okay? Okay, thank you very much. Isabella Custa. Active warrant out. Mr. Stockton?
I think so. This is the special prosecutor at the AG's office has that case, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, Barbara Whaley, representing the Commonwealth.
Yeah, well, this person is an active warrant out. You want to pursue NCIC on this thing, or what do you want to do?
Yes, we would.
Okay, well, I'll leave that to you and we'll pass over. And as soon as the individual is taken into custody, we'll put them back on the docket, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Connie England. Are you Connie England?
Yes, sir.
We're on 24 CR 0024. England, were you born in 1959? Last four digits, social security number 3920.
No, sir. No, sir. It's 3930.
3930. We'll
Yes.
make that correction on it. You're here for a pretrial conference.
Right.
What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Well, I wasn't here the last negotiation day. I was doing Clinton and Cumberland. Was she present?
I was also not here,
Okay.
because I was unavailable for the negotiation
Well, I
conference.
guess we do need a negotiation day on her then.
July the 5th at 9 a.m. for negotiations. And the next court date is July 18th. Same
Thank you, Your
conditions are
So
bond.
that leaves us a little, come on.
Noah Freeman.
I just got it, 279.
Bill, I know it was hard for you to refrain from not being involved with two interpreters and all the Spanish. They started to call you up just to kibitz a little bit.
What I want you to do, okay?
Commonwealth versus Noah Freeman. Are you Noah Freeman? Yes. Born in 1981.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1932.
Correct.
You're here on a pretrial diversion revocation in 22 CR 0034. That was listed as Mr. David Cross being the attorney in that. Are you assuming that case also?
I will, yes.
Okay. Anyway, the other case, we're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent, sir, okay? The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property and being involved in a criminal syndicate. You understand those charges? Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter a not guilty plea, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, no, July the 5th at 9 a.m. negotiation day here. And the next court appearance is July the 18th. Okay,
Well, we approach, Your Honor.
now. Yeah, go ahead, come on. You gonna bring your client with you?
Mr. Freeman has given a statement in this case, and I would like for the court to take.
Mr. Freeman has expressed some financial difficulty with keeping the ankle bracelet on. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Commonwealth has no objections. Okay, so I'll allow the rest of conditions of bond to remain the same. But I'll take the ankle bracelet off, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Garcia. Garcia. Is it Miss Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
How you say her first name?
Jessica.
Jessica.
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Jessica Garcia. 24 CR 0032. Did you let Miss Garcia have some room at the podium there, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are Jessica Garcia, is that correct?
Yes.
You born in 1993?
Yes.
Okay. You do not have a social security number? Okay. Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
I don't know what happened at the last pretrial conference negotiation.
On the negotiation date, Your Honor, we had not yet received a signed funding order for an interpreter. We received that yesterday, so we would ask if the court would give us another negotiation and.
Negotiation date for Ms. Garcia to be here is on July 5th at 9 a.m. The next court date is July the 18th. And arrangements need to be made to have interpreters for both days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Christopher Hilt.
This is the reason I never went.
Commonwealth versus Christopher Hilt. 20 CR 0056. Are you Christopher Hilt?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8891. You're
Yes, sir.
here today for sentencing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You had opportunity to look at your pre-sentence investigation
Yes,
report
sir.
done by probation and parole. Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty with tampering, is there any reason why you shouldn't be sentenced, counsel?
Your Honor, we would ask the court to file a plea agreement.
Okay. Upon a plea of guilty to tampering with prisoner monitoring device, he should receive a term of 5 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. He should receive credit for time served. He should pay restitution in the amount of $1,500 plus 5% clerk's fee. Monthly rate of $100. First payment 60 days after being released. Each subsequent payment will be on the anniversary of that every 30 days. Once the restitution and the clerk's fee are paid, Commonwealth agrees to inactive probation. What are the court costs besides that? $185 in addition to that. So I'm going to just add $20 a month to your 100 so you can pay that. Okay? You'll need to meet probation parole. Now, Mr. Hill, you were inadvertently released last time. You weren't supposed to be released,
Yeah, I didn't.
but
Yeah.
the Lord took care of you, man.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
man.
so I'm not going to hold that against you.
I sure
You
appreciate it.
You came back here and accept the responsibility. So you go over there and meet with probation, parole, follow his instruction. I've got great hopes for you to turn your life around. okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Bless that.
See you later.
Mr. Hill. He's fine.
Shelby Horton. Shelby Horton, active warrant out. Take care of that, Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Your Honor.
Emmanuel Howard. Emmanuel Howard. Commonwealth versus Emmanuel Howard. Morning, Mr. Howard. 24 CR 0050. You are Emmanuel Howard.
Yes, sir.
You born in 1985.
Yes,
The
sir.
last four digits, social security number 7462. I see you do not have an attorney with you here today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you filled out a form, can you afford an attorney?
I filled out one at the jail.
Well, I'll go ahead and appoint public advocacy, and if it's not sufficient, we'll let you know about it. We're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have an attorney with you. If you have any questions about what's going on, Mr. Howard, you can step away and speak quietly to her, okay? Commonwealth versus Emmanuel Howard, 24 CR 0050. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with trafficking and controlled substance first degree. You acknowledge the identity of your client, counsel, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, and plead not guilty, reserve now pretrial motion for Mr. Howard.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have him here on July 5th at 9 a.m. for negotiation, and next court date will be on July 18th. Mr. Howard, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here. It requires the Commonwealth to provide you with information to help prepare for your defense, okay? So you can stay free on the terms of your same bond, okay? Maxie Huff.
Your Honor, we're working on paperwork. If he can pass him.
Mr. Huff, they're working on paperwork for you. Just have a seat back there and we'll call you in a minute. Thomas Ludwig,
We'll put him in NCIC.
NCIC, active warrant out. Cynthia McCarter,
Okay.
this was a review on the dismissed, diverted, was that
Yeah, we'll tender an order, Your Honor.
tendered order on Miss McCarter by the Commonwealth. Shannon McGuire. Shannon McGuire. Commonwealth versus Shannon McGuire, 24 CI 0045 ER. Shannon McGuire,
Yes, sir.
born in 1986.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 5338.
Yes, sir.
Here for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
believe we need one more pretrial negotiation due to the fact that there's been some problems communicating with Mr. McGuire.
July the 5th at 9 a.m. Be here for a negotiation date, and the next court date's July 18th. What kind of communications problems do you have with it?
Your Honor, with regard to this, Ms. McGuire did appear at the negotiation conference. I was unavailable. We obtained 2 phone numbers. We've not been able to get our wires crossed, but I'm gonna set up an appointment with her
Ms.
to come.
McGuire, uncross your wires,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, or I'll uncross them for you. Okay, thank you. Diego Morales. Good morning.
Judge, good to see you again. John Caudle from Mr. Morales.
Come way up here, I said.
He's here. Here for an arraignment.
Commonwealth versus Diego Morales, 24 CR 0038. Are you Diego Morales? You were born in 1996. That's 4 digits from Social Security number 5466.
Yes, sir.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, another charge, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand what the charges are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we have a negotiation day on July the 5th.
I'm on vacation that week. It's a holiday week, Judge. Can we push that back?
Holiday.
Holiday,
Absolutely it
our,
is.
our country's birthday.
Yeah, allegedly our country's birthday, celebrated as our country's birthday. What are we gonna do? You got another date y'all can work out, so that,
Well, I thought Mr. Caudle might just call the office before the 18th and we can discuss the case since he's in Bowling.
well, I'll just, since he's gonna be out of town, I'll depend upon y'all to set up a negotiation day independently.
Thank you.
And Mr. Morales, you need to stay in contact with your attorney because you could very well need to be present on that day to, if the decision. But will you be back in town on July 18th?
I'm in 2 different other counties that day, unfortunately.
Well, they're gonna miss you in those other counties.
They miss me a lot. I've been off 4 months. I've been off 4 months, Judge.
I know you have.
Heart surgery.
I
and so
remember.
I'm, all my cases.
I
are-
understand.
Sad.
And what we'll do here,
August will be fine and we can have the negotiation be the first Friday.
well, yeah, if you have a resolution to the thing, we can always take a plea on July 18th. Let's just leave it on July 18th. And if y'all reach a resolution, if not, we'll continue it to the next negotiation day in August. And
Thank you, Judge.
okay,
Would you like my card?
okay. I hope you continue to improve, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob Newberry,
Your Honor, may the Spanish interpreter be excused?
which one of the other one?
The other one already excused herself. She was working with the EPA.
Well, you just tell
But
her,
I'm for you.
you just tell her that. What do you have?
I have got,
This is Mr. Bell that just raised his hand and indicated,
Jose Quijano.
Did you call Jacob Newberry?
I almost did.
I just didn't know if it rang or not.
I checked with him, he told me he didn't want an interpreter, but I can stay as well.
I think,
That's why I didn't leave, because I wanted to make sure.
Well, let's call your client out, or what's his name?
Jose Quijano.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Commonwealth versus Jose Quijano. Are you Jose Quijano?
Yes,
You were born in 1984.
yes.
You're here on 24 CR 0031. 24 CR 0031. Or pre,
Four was the date of birth.
1984. It's a year of birth. You don't have a social security number.
No,
Okay. Um, We're here for pretrial conference. What do you have to say?
Your Honor, this involved an accident by Mr. Keano, and he was not insured at the time. And we just furnished an estimate for the damages on June 10th, so we'll need another negotiation day.
Mr. Carano, you be here on July the 5th for a negotiation day. Your next court date is July the 18th. I understand from what the Commonwealth said, they're going to check to see if the estimate,
No, we have the estimate now, and we furnished it, but it was after the last
they're going to check
negotiation
and
day.
see if the estimate is acceptable to you. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I would like to inquire about his driving privileges. He's got a DUI charge and no insurance, involved in an accident. I don't know if the bond conditions allow him to drive or not.
You want to step away and ask your client if he has a driver's license?
Tengo la hispana, pero si tengo aseguranza, I got insurance.
I have mine,
I got
so my
this
Spanish,
fine.
for my country one, I have insurance.
He's got his license from his home country, Judge. If they're still, if they're not expired, you know, it's my position that those will work, and he has insurance on vehicle.
So he does have insurance now?
Yeah.
We need to provide proof of insurance to Commonwealth.
I just haven't found it and about the papers on my brother.
He said at the time, he had it at the time, he just couldn't find his papers and different stuff,
So he
so
needs to bring them on July the 5th.
we'll bring it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We'll bring it, Judge.
Bring the papers on July 5th.
Yeah, bond condition is no operation of motor.
Yeah, and one of his bond conditions is already not operating a motor vehicle.
Okay, yes.
Okay, Jacob Newberry, you may be excused. Thank you for staying. Jacob Newberry.
Your Honor, Mr. Newberry, he had entered a plea, I guess, a few months ago, when Mr. Pennington was here. I guess the documentation had gone missing and they had asked us to try to get a hold of him. We have not been able to do so.
Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, this is the case of missing paperwork again.
Because this, I think, if I'm not even correct, this plea was entered in. Yeah, and so if we can't get him here, we're gonna have to get him here somewhere or another. I guess we'd have to get a warrant if we can't get him in here.
Your Honor, I was gonna ask if the court would put him on for next month. I'm gonna talk to probation and parole and see if they can help us to locate him and get him here.
Are they, y'all in contact with him?
He's supervising.
Have him here on July the
Tell his
8th.
officer being told.
Mr. Pennington said that he was in rehab. In Lexington.
In Lexington,
It was
okay.
a email I received from him.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Pennington find the papers that he took with him?
If he did, we wouldn't be having this discussion, bro.
What do we need to do on this case?
Well, basically.
Has he been sentenced? Was it a pretrial diversion or was it a?
Diversion, but, and he was sentenced on the record. We have a video of it, but there's no written papers of the plea.
Well, let's just duplicate the records and have his attorney get him to sign them.
Yeah, that's what we needed to do today.
And if, I don't care whether he comes back or not, if he signs them with a witness, you know.
That's fine with me. Is
Yeah.
that something Ms. Hill wants to do?
If he hadn't signed them, have him back here by July 18th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ashley Pettigo. Commonwealth versus Ashley Pettigo, 24 CR 0046. Are you Ashley Pettigo? Were you born in 1991? Last four digits, social security number 1720. You're here for a pretrial conference. What do y'all have?
Your Honor, we are entering a plea on this case.
The felony plea?
It is, Your Honor.
A motion has been tendered, Ms. Pettico, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Or you need to speak up because it's a voice activated microphone.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 24 CR 0046?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with her advice?
yes,
Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
yes,
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm gonna go down through them. At the end of it, I'm gonna ask you, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury and a right to be represented by counsel after jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, have process issued to compel their attendance. Your right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, your right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt your guilty charge against you. Understand? By entering a plea guilty today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
yes,
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept it. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your guilty plea and proceed to trial. Who's going to present the Commonwealth's recommendation? Come on, you step to your left hand, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Pettigo will plead guilty possession of a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. She'll be referred to the SSC following any and all recommendations, receive credit for time served, pay court costs at the discretion of the court, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, Ms.
yes, Your
What you
Honor.
agreed to? Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir,
Doing something of your own free will,
yes,
knowing your constitutional rights, are you willing to waive them and allow the court to fix your punishment?
yes,
Understand, but entering a plea, any future convictions can be enhanced as far as the range of penalty. Of course, you always have the possibility of getting your record expunged these days, and that credit counselor a few years out.
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
until then, if you have another felony, conviction would be enhanced. Is that your signature on the document?
yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement. What are the court costs in this case? $185. You need some time to pay that.
Yes, sir.
As you pay 30, first payment 30 days from day, 30 days. And on every anniversary of that until it's paid in full, $185, okay? It was probation parole officer over there. Jamie Pearson. Commonwealth versus Jamie Piercy, 20 CR 0021. Are you Jamie Piercy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you born in 1987?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 9146.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here today on shock probation revocation.
Your Honor, he was on for that. He stayed in jail for some time. He was terminated from drug court in Allen County because he wouldn't pay his child support. And we let him out last month and he was supposed to report back today, telling us where he's working and how much he paid on the child support. Because he assured us he had a job when he got out.
Okay, what story?
I'm working at Sumitomo Counsel,
Okay,
and I had paid a payment on my child support.
is there a wage assignment? Pass over then.
I'll continue generally now.
Continue it generally, you keep your child support up, live at the foot of the cross and you stay free, okay? Okay, thank you. Austin Pruitt. Counselor, you need to show proof of that wage assignment to the Commonwealth, okay? Austin Pruitt. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Austin Pruitt, 24 CR 0044. Are you Austin Pruitt?
Yes.
Born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1289.
Yes, sir.
You're on the pretrial conference. What do y'all have to say?
Your Honor, we're entering a plea in this case. It's for pretrial diversion.
A motion has been tendered, says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that was just identified
Yes, sir.
in 24 CR 0044?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice? Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you've been fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter guilty plea that you have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. A right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call to testify against you, to produce evidence, call witnesses in your favor, and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter, higher court if you lose. Right to party Commonwealth proving on reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. Understand that by entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, or I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. In the event I do not accept their recommendation, you have a right to withdraw your plea agreement and go to trial. Now I'm going to ask you some qualifying questions. Have you been previously diverted in the last 5 years?
No,
Okay. Have you had a felony in the last 10 years?
no, sir.
Okay, you understand if you fully complete the diversion program, your case will be dismissed pre-trial diversion, you get your record expunged.
Yes, sir.
However, if you don't successfully complete the program, you're brought back in, and if I find that you have violated the terms, I will revoke your pre-trial diversion or pre-sentence investigation report. Sentence you to be a convicted felon. In that case, in the future, if you had a felony, it could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Step to your left, please. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, he would plead guilty to to trafficking controlled substance, first degree, first offense, receive a sentence of 5 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, receive credit for time served, be referred to the Social Service Commission, follow any and all recommendations. He would obtain and maintain gainful employment, pay court costs at the discretion of the court, and he also would, all evidence in this case would be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know in your constitutional rights, still you desire to give up those rights and allow the court to fix your punishment? Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept the plea. What's the court cost in this case? $215. Can you pay that today? You need some time.
I need some time.
Okay, you make your first payment of $30, 30 days from today, and every 30 days after that, pay $30. Should pay you $215. You need to meet with a probation parole officer, okay?
Okay.
Commonwealth versus Robles. Fatima, is that how you say her name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Fatina Robles, 24 CR 0015. Are you Fatina Robles?
Yes.
Born in 1996.
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6935.
Yes.
We're here for a pretrial conference with the Commonwealth.
I don't think we can proceed in this case, Your Honor. Mr. Garrett's representing both Mr. Robles and Mr. Robles, and there's never been a waiver of dual representation filed. Thankfully.
This is a waiver of dual representation.
Now we can proceed.
And then.
Mr. Robles, wait just a second, just stay back there till I get you on. You realize that there would be a potential conflict of interest between you and your husband, is that correct?
Her brother.
You and your brother, and you're willing to waive that here in open court? Yeah, I'll accept that.
On Jose,
Where's he?
he'll be online.
Well, we just wait till we get him here because we have to do it online. Okay. Now, what do you want to do now?
Well, Your Honor, I'm about ready to set a trial date. The only thing, we've got to call into APHIS about fingerprints. That's the only outstanding lab. As soon as we get that back, we'll be ready to go on the case. And hopefully they'll call us back, but I thought we had everything, but that's the only thing we like having as far as the lab goes.
Well, you want to go ahead and set a date, subject to that being available.
You want to set it?
What is this charge?
Well, Mr. Robles is charged with murder and assault first.
Yeah.
Mr. Robles is charged with facilitation.
Yeah, I didn't know what her charge was.
We could go out to about September or something, but if the court doesn't want to go that far.
No? Probably take a couple of days at least, won't it?
Judge, I think probably at least 3 or 4 days.
I don't have any witnesses I have, but I don't have experience.
How many days do you think?
Well, I'm finding on the day that
I'd say to be safe, 3 or
I.
3, maybe 4.
Well, let's look at September the 16th.
Judge, I've got an attempted murder case in Simpson County that is set for that day.
Prosecutor's conference 21st to the 23rd
August.
of August, yeah. Would it be too much to start on the 26th that following Monday?
Well, I will probably help in this case, and I'm got plans from about the middle of August, then the Harbor trial on September the 12th. So that's the reason I was thinking maybe the latter part of September. First of October. That's all right.
We do it maybe the second week of October. I've got that attempted murder case will be also on the first week of October.
What about October 1st?
Judge, the attempted murder case that I've got in Simpson County,
I thought that was on the
well,
16th.
I'm looking here, the pretrial is on the 16th, but the actual trial is the 30th through the 4th of October. Could we do it the week after that?
What will the pretrial on the 16th consist of?
That's our final pretrial, Judge, that Judge Thurman has set. We've had probably 10 pretrials on this case. And he has said that's the final pretrial that we have to, any other issues that are outstanding, he wants to handle those at that point.
Could you set that on a different date?
Assuming that he's okay with it, I'd say yes, probably.
Yeah, let's just do it on the 16th then.
16th through the 18th.
Yeah. And if we don't get finished on those 2 days, we can go over and finish on the 20th. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess any pretrial motions or any kind of motions that need to be addressed on discovery, motions in limine, suppression motions, all those sort of things should be filed by July 18th.
To be heard on that date, Judge.
It won't be heard unless they're
Okay.
filed. If they are filed, we can schedule them for that date, okay? Isaac Roby. Roddy. Isaac Roddy.
Your Honor, he's in special report, then later, he may be actually downstairs.
He was this week.
He may not have come up here. I'd ask to excuse, he's really fast.
It's on for motion, please.
Oh, that's right.
Will you do that by agreement?
Let's just pass that. And see if we can get a hold of it.
Got pass over. Jonathan Russell. Jonathan Russell. I'm over Kentucky versus Jonathan Russell. 24 CR 0018 and 23 CR 001. 2-yard Jonathan Russell. He was born in 1978. Last 4 digits social security number 7142. Okay. What do we have here?
Well, I guess y'all, you and Mr. Hunley hadn't settled this case. Huh?
Oh, sir.
Y'all have any motions to hear before?
I'm aware of.
Okay, I guess we just need a trial date then.
What are the charges you're gonna be tried on?
Well, let me just get Mr. Hunley out of the green room. He can make the next there you are. Go ahead and tell the judge which case.
He's charged with an assault one and hampering physical evidence.
Have we do it in 2 days?
I think so.
Is there any kind of evidence from the lab or anything or? Okay.
When y'all done the tampering, that was an additional indictment, correct?
The tampering was a supplemental indictment.
How about August 13th and 14th?
So they consolidated.
They will be, the two charges, the tampering relates to the first charge, so it will be.
It works for me, Judge.
Jesse, don't even.
Mr. Hunley, if you need an order consolidating those 2 charges, just submit it. Okay.
I don't think there's any
I don't think
issue on that. That it needs to be consolidated.
I would have to look at that a little closer, Judge. I don't foresee anything, but I don't want to give the court my word. I won't file a motion in limine or something that's associated with it once I get to looking at it
Is that the
closer.
13th and 14th? That's correct.
August, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I guess if we file motions in limine, we can do them that morning of the 13th.
No. I don't do motions and limit on mornings of trials.
So we need to do that by the, maybe the July
July 18th.
18th date. All right.
Kind of like to know what I'm going to be looking at before we start the trial.
Yes, sir, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chad Shirley. Good morning, Mr. Shirley. I'm over Chad Shirley, 24 CR 0029-yard Chad Shirley.
Yes, sir.
Born in 1990. Last 4 digits, social security number 4625.
Sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference. Mr. Bell, what do you have?
And I believe we had agreed to get another negotiation day. We're still going through some of the discovery.
We
in the
have
case.
additional discovery to furnish and I'm about ready to do that.
Okay, negotiation day, July the 5th. And then 9 a.m. here. And the next court appearance is July 18th. Both of them are conditions of your bond, Shirley, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Angela Smith. Alma versus Angela Smith, 24 CR 0051. Are you Angela Smith?
Yes, sir.
Born 1975.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 4112.
Yes, sir.
Here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine. You understand what that charge is?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the Receive indictment, addenda your client waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes.
Have your client here on July fifth for negotiations and July eighteenth for the next court date. I'm signing reciprocal discovery order, man, that requires the Commonwealth to give you the evidence they have to help you prepare for your defense, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank y'all. Yeah. Christopher Stillwell. Commonwealth versus Christopher Stillwell, 24 CR 0012. Are you Christopher Stillwell,
Yes, sir.
born in 1975?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6497.
Yes, sir.
You're on a pretrial conference. Previously, it said that you were represented by DPA. Is Mr. Bell, you in an appearance on this?
Yes, sir. It's my first appearance today.
Okay. Here for pretrial conference or negotiation?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bell should be aware there'll be a superseding indictment more than likely today, so make sure you get that before we come.
Will that be a summons?
I don't want to change the bond. That'll be a
Okay.
summons. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, since he's appeared in court.
You remember that? Okay.
Fifth and eighteenth, Judge.
Yeah, it was. You acknowledge the identity of Mr. Stillwell, 75-6497. We'll be here on July fifth for a negotiation, July 18th for a next court appearance, okay? Same conditions, your bond. If you are indicted again today, I'll just issue a summons on it. You're under the same bond, okay? So you won't be rearrested. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Christopher Sutton. Commonwealth versus Christopher Sutton, 24 CI 007. You are Christopher Sutton?
Yes.
Born in 1995? Born in 1995. The last four digits, social security number 1321.
Yes, sir.
You're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Bell?
Judge, we're still negotiating this case. Mr. Sutton stayed in jail for a long period of time, and I believe we agreed to put him back on the fifth and the eighteenth.
That's fine, Your Honor. I wasn't able to be here at the last negotiation day, so a lot of these cases are either gonna get settled, not just with you, or they're gonna get
July
set for trial
5th.
next time.
You were here at 9 AM on July 5th, sir, for negotiations, and July 18th, your next court date. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Benjamin Tooley. Commonwealth versus Benjamin Tooley. 21 CR 0092, 20 CR 005, 21 CR 0093. Mr. Tooley, were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2174.
Yes, sir.
You're on probation revocation. What's the Commonwealth have?
Now, this is a case we've continued a few times, but waiting on Mr. Cooley's trial in Allen County. I will report, I spoke with Mr. Collins about this case. He's working and doing well on probation at this time. So I'm not asking you to be revoked, consider the outcome of the other case.
Are you in the court in Allen County?
Yes, sir. We had the trial set, but as you know, there was an election over there. Mr. Morgan got beat, so he was put back on in June. We'll go back in June to get our trial date with the
I didn't
new
know there was an
prosecutor.
election over there. Who was elected Commonwealth County?
Mike Lindsay,
Where's he from?
Allen County, Bowling Green, Allen. He's been in Bowling Green practicing for years and years, but he's actually from Allen County.
Lives in Allen County.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we'll continue it until you redocket it. Is that correct?
That'd be fine. I'll just renotice it once the trial's over.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Great. Lisa Turner.
That's all the last four of these, we just need to submit orders on Lisa.
Lisa Turner, Billy Walden, Douglas Warren, and Brookie York were diversions have been successfully completed, and Commonwealth, you're desirous of entering orders on that?
Yes, sure.
Okay, Federal Correctional Institute, Petersburg. Well, they're not on. Are they on there?
Yeah, I don't know about who that is.
Mary Staples, are you at FIC Petersburg?
That's the mother of the individual Josh Vincent, Your Honor. Who Mary Staples is.
Mary Staples, are you at the correctional institutions? That's your phone that's lined up here, or what's the deal? Mary Staples. What is the purpose of this pre-trial conference we have?
Please, the court.
I think on my motion.
Mary Staples, are you on there now? What was this, the purpose of this motion?
Your Honor, this is the case and we've been in front of you, I think, the last 3 times
Yeah.
concerning his retention in federal custody and having. Yes, sir. And we had supplied some documentation at the last negotiation day. Everything that we can get from the Fed showing that he is incarcerated there. He does have the sentences that we've discussed, and we were hoping to just be able to, all we're trying to do is get him released from the hold here so that they can do something with him. Basically, it's my position, Your Honor, if we don't get him free where he can get something done medically, he's going to die, is the way I feel about it. And that's everything I know about it. And I know we've come up with different options, but thus far we've not been able to get any of those done.
Mary Staples, are you on the line there? Will you turn your camera or microphone on if that's your phone? Mr. Vince is available. The last 2 times he was here, he looked like he was in underground storage unit or something. That him with all the cords?
Yes, sir. He's still incarcerated. I'm assuming his mother just wanted to see what happened. I don't know if she wanted to testify or what, but
Well, I thought he might have her phone too.
very well could. I don't know, Judge.
Mr. Stock, you want to continue it to next month?
This is my position, Your Honor. Mr. Bales furnished me records. I initially thought he had cancer, and I hate to discuss his medical records, but I don't know how to get around it doing it. He has stage 3 cirrhosis of the liver, and based on my limited internet knowledge, that is something that's non-reversible, and it shortens your lifespan, but the only treatment for it's a liver transplant, from what I can tell. And I don't know that that's an option, even if he gets out of court. I don't mind dismissing this case without prejudice, but I want to do this in accordance with the victim's wishes. But then I need to get in touch with her, and I can notify Mr. Bell
What
by the
is the
5th.
charge here?
It's an assault domestic violence case. And the charges are assault 4th degree, strangulation, convicted felon in possession of a handgun.
I'm not going to dismiss.
Yeah. So,
Who's representing the federal court?
Judge, I will say, Your Honor, that I understand the charges and this court well understands the constitutional protections, but we also have a lot of statements from the victim in this case, and I think Mr. Stockton will admit, she's given him a statement, given me a statement, and then went back and forth on other statements. So as far as her truthfulness, I think that is highly in question. And I don't think either one of us could put her on the stand and cause a jury to believe one way or the other under no circumstance. So the charges that are against him are, with her as a witness, are, in my opinion, very weak. There was a gun found out in the woods on the possession of the farm thing, as far as my understanding. I don't know if there was anything else associated with that or not. There were other people there. It was a situation where people were doing methamphetamine. They were in a
Let's
house.
see if we can get your client, when you can get your client We don't have to wait to the rule date. See if we can do a special hearing of some sort. Does he not have a lawyer there? Surely a lawyer could help him.
Post conviction.
Well,
So I didn't have.
No, yeah, and I mean,
who is his doctor?
Judge, with the federal system, I'm not able to get much information at all. I mean, we could, this is from,
What do you have that you got from Mr. Stockton?
So, thing finding.
It's from the Federal Bureau of Prisons. It's a
here's full of pictures.
diagnostic service.
There's different things there if you want to give that to it.
That's the copies, I think.
Probably.
Yeah. I've been furnished.
Yeah.
But the problem, and I didn't get to finish a while ago, my staff talked to the Bureau of Prisons. And basically, if he's released, he's gonna be released to a halfway house. And that can be anywhere in the United States. And I don't know how that's gonna further his medical treatment, being released to a halfway house rather than being released out on the streets. You see what I'm saying, Mr. Bell?
And we addressed that last time I was here, Judge. The halfway house in the federal system will be the Warren County Correctional Facility. That's where he will go. And they've
They didn't tell us
expressed,
that.
I understand.
Talk to him.
but that's where he would go. And the only time he would be released is to go for his medical treatment. Then he has to come back to the Warren County Detention Center. So if anything's done with this case without prejudice, Your Honor, he will go straight to the Warren County Detention Center and won't be released. And once he's released from the Bureau, I don't care if I want to.
Here you go. What about we take a hold off of him,
Thank you, Judge.
not dismiss the case and take the hold off of him?
That would work too.
I don't even know that we've got a holder
We
on
don't
him.
have a
We don't even
hold
have a holder on him. The
because we
case is
don't
pending.
have.
So
because
they're
we don't-
holding because he's indicted here, so they're holding.
And we can't get arraigned, we can't get a bond or anything on him. That's what the deal is. So I mean, in essence, there is a holder. It may not be the traditional kind, but
It's not
there,
something Booth Place, that's what I'm saying.
that's correct.
Even if we got him on, got him arraigned and set a bond, they're still gonna hold him there because it's under indictment.
I would, if we could ever get him on, I would suggest having him and the victim here at the same time, a special hearing and see what they want to agree to, because I don't know what her mood will be. But I know what she tells us every time that my victim advocate talks to her.
What's he in the federal penitentiary for?
Mainly drugs, Judge.
Mainly.
I can't recall, to be quite honest. I apologize.
Well, won't you get me Mr. Stockton? Let's find out what he's in the federal penitentiary for. Okay, and then I'll do this. We don't have to wait till the next rule day. We can do this by phone. I mean, if he's in there or something like that, I really don't let him out. Won't let him out if he's charged with a gun. Okay? Thank y'all.
Thank you, Judge.
When did we get another date on this?
I think sure we just do it by phone.
Okay.
Let's go to the Barron County Detention Center. Okay. We all clear this area here, the grand jury is gonna come in. The attorneys can sit over here to the right area here if you want to. Doubt that. Megan, you step back in the refrigerator, see if I've got cocaine over there.
I didn't dream that. I don't know what you got. Yes, he wasn't aware of.
I need to turn the camera off for the grand jury. All rise for the grand jury, please. Okay, everybody can be seated. Everybody can be seated. Are you the fourth person in the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Are y'all completed your work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hand it to the bailiff, please. Did 9 or more of you agree on the actions here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have signed the appropriate document. I think at least one of the individuals might already, if they're already in custody, I'll issue summons. If they're not, we'll issue warrants instead of bond sufficient to assure their attendance here or to protect the public as the case might be. So there has been some conversation that there was a strong sentiment on the members of this grand jury that y'all like to extend your service for another 6 months. Am I correct in understanding that? There must have been a miscommunication about that. So today at 2:00, the new jury will come in. Unless there's an insurrection between now and then, y'all will be dismissed. And we appreciate your service. You play a crucial role in the criminal justice center. If you had never been exposed to this before, it's a pretty enlightening thing about how things work. But the great protection in our system is that no judge or no prosecutor can just pick somebody out and prosecute them without bringing them in front of a jury of 12 people of their peers to take a look to see if there's probable cause. It's really, if you think about it, a pretty great protection, and it keeps too much authority from being reposed in 1 or 2 people. I think it's a good thing. When are the checks going to be out? Y'all get you checks in July, and be like one of my friends said, he got a lot stronger, said a couple years ago he couldn't carry $100 worth of groceries out of the grocery store, but now he can. Okay, y'all are excused. Thank you for your service. You can go out this way. Okay, let's go. Thank y'all very much. Let's go to the Barron County Detention Center. We'll call Truman Adams for arraignment. Commonwealth versus Truman Adams, 24 CR 0057. Are you Truman Adams?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1550. Do you
Yes.
have an attorney, Mr. Adams?
No, I don't.
You just go through district court? Were you in Judge Christie's court and district court?
Yes, sir.
Did the public defender's office represent you there?
Yes, sir.
Continue that representation. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with theft of property lost, mislaid, or delivered by mistake, complicity of theft of property lost, mislaid, or delivered by mistake. Also, it charged you with being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Adams, received the indictment, waiting formal reading and arraignment, not pleading not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm signing the reciprocal discovery order of Mr. Adams, requiring the Commonwealth to give you evidence that they have to help you prepare for your case. You will be transported on July the 5th for negotiation day and July the 18th for your next court appearance. Your attorney will be over to see you. Okay?
Hi, Mr. Williams, question?
Yes, if it doesn't involve, it's about scheduling or something, go ahead.
Uh, I, I was supposed to go to long-term treatment. I was just wondering if I could have my wife to sign my bond, if that would be okay. I don't know how I'd go by it. Chase Collins come up here and I filled out an assessment.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll have your attorney to come over and talk to you, and she'll contact the Commonwealth to see if you can go ahead and be admitted to a treatment situation. But this is not a drug-related case right here, right now. So we can go ahead and they'll discuss that and they'll bring it to me, okay? Stephen Brown, Commonwealth versus Stephen Brown. Commonwealth versus Stephen Brown, 23 CR 0063 and 24 CR 005. You are Stephen Brown,
Yes, sir.
and you were born in 1980, and the last four digits, social security number 0396. Is that right? Okay, this is your pre-trial, pre-sentence investigation report, rather. Have you had an opportunity to review it?
We need to do.
Have you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this, Mr. Bell, is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor, there's no substantial errors with the one exception concerning his time, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Judge, we believe that he got time for when he's been in Barron County. That was the only time that he was given. He was also arrested up in McCracken County and bonded out up there fairly quickly. But it's our position that he's also got some ankle monitor time. He's got some time where he was in rehab. But the only reason we bring it up, Judge, is we just want him to be released to go to this rehab center that we've set up. He's supposed to do 180 days. It's our position that he's got well over 200 days. But that is not reflected within the PSI. We talked to probation and I done give it back to, I think 123 days or something like that.
126 on one and 27.
I don't mind if the court has got over 150 in, even without the McCracken time. If the court wants to let him go on, that's fine with me.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Judge.
Going to plead guilty in indictment number 24 CR 005 for criminal possession of a forged instrument. He shall receive 5 years on each count for a total of 5 years. I'm going to plead guilty to 23 CR 0063 for charge of fleeing and evading police officer. He receive 5 years. I'm guilty of under indictment number 23 CR 00 criminal mischief first degree, 5 years to 5 years shall run consecutive for 10 years. 5-year sentence in 005 and 10-year in 0063 run concurrently for a total of 10 years, serve 180 days of the balance, probate for 5 years. He shall enter a long-term treatment facility for 6 days, be released when the bed date is established. What is the court cost this thing? $320. He can pay that $50 a month. After first payment due 30 days after he's released from rehab.
Okay, Judge, he's going to Spark and we've got that set up, so he'll be in there 6 months minimum.
Well, what he needs to do is get a bed date. When he gets a bed date, we'll sign a release.
We've got it, Judge.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Robinson, I'll hit the case back up and take care of it. Isaac, right?
John, can you send me an order, that information?
Where's he at? What's his name?
Isaac Roddy, he's on the
Out of this?
out of custody. Number 23, bottom of the first page.
Commonwealth versus Isaac Roddy. Mr. Roddy, you want to come around? He's in drug court, is that correct?
That's correct.
19 CR 00102, 19 CR 0093.
What phase are you in?
Aftercare.
You're in aftercare. So if we could extend his probation 2 years, then that'd get him out of drug court. And then once he graduates, then he's going to be taken off active anyway. So we just got to extend your probation or it's going to run out before you get out of drug court.
How long do you have to extend it for?
Well, I was thinking 2 years would be plenty of time, but once you get out of drug court and graduate, we'll take you off of it anyway.
I thought you said it was an aftercare.
He did, but that's 6 months. So a year would be fine.
I've got like 4 months left.
Yeah, but you won't graduate till November.
Well, let's extend it, the probation for 6 months.
Okay.
Okay, that'll get you through the program and give you a reason to get through it successfully, and we can get you off of it. If at the end of 6 months, something's happened, we might extend it further than that if you hadn't complied, okay? Okay, we'll get you an order on it and get you a date, okay? Thank you. Good deal. Keep it up, man. See, you can go. You don't do anything. You just go over to probation parole officer. Yeah. David Buck. David Buck. Commonwealth versus David Buck, 24 CR 0017. Are you David Buck?
Yes,
Were you born in 1982?
yes,
Last 4 digits, social security number 2125.
yes.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Judge, we've got this case worked out due to that tragic event during the negotiation day. We didn't get a lot of people transferred, so we had to go over to the jail later on. But we've got it worked out, and I believe Mr. Stockton and I are agreeing, if it pleases the court, to bring him back. We'll enter the plea next time, and I believe Mr.
July
Stockton.
18th, you don't need a negotiation day.
No,
right?
and they're gonna agree to let him out on the 18th, and that way it'll straighten everything out for Mr. Buck.
Okay. Mr. Buck, they say that they have an agreement where you can resolve your cases and possibly get released on the 18th of July.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Richard Cornwell. Richard Cornwell. Are you Richard Cornwell?
yes, sir.
Okay, this is 24 CR 0049. Mr. Cornwell, were you born in 1988?
Correct, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 3976.
1976, sir.
1976.
Correct.
It will correct that on here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Can you afford an attorney?
No, sir.
I'll appoint public advocacy and make sure we get the paperwork done on him over there. Affidavit.
I think we represented him in district court.
Okay, well, I'll continue the representation. You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here. Hit the microphone there so you can see you there.
Mr. Cornwell?
Okay, there she is. The grand jury has returned an indictment charging you, Mr. Cornwell, with careless driving, expired plates, no registration plate, no insurance, possession of controlled substance first degree, operating under the influence, and the failure to maintain insurance, no motorcycle operator's license, and equipment failure. The dreaded equipment failure charge. Do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Cornwell, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is Mr. Cornwell's bond?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm showing it's 15,000 surety.
Mr. Cornwell, your bond is just $15,000 surety bond, clerk approved surety bond. Have you had anybody come in and try to make it?
No, sir. My family is all from out of state. So the county clerk's office told them it was a $50,000 cash bond for out of state. I was out on drug court from Barron County. I'd been on drug court for almost 3 weeks. All about the warrant, and I turned myself in the following. I would really appreciate a reduction and return to drug court.
Did this alleged activity happen before he was entered into drug court and they indicted him, or it was while he was in drug court?
It was before I entered drug court.
This would happen on the 22nd day of April of 24.
Well, he's saying that he had already entered into drug court on
I
the
have
other
no
charge.
problem letting him out. If he's in drug court, they can verify that. You can go back in.
Can you get back into the drug court?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll let you sign your own bond out. I want to restrict your movement to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and you can be released upon verification that you've been readmitted to the drug court, okay? Get that to your attorney. You should give it to Commonwealth. I'll let you out to go ahead and be under the supervision of the Barron County Drug Court and see how this works out for you, okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Is Dustin Cruz next?
It's
Dustin Cruz. Commonwealth versus Dustin Cruz. 24 CR 0055. Are you Dustin Cruz?
Yeah.
Were you born in 1986?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6473.
Yes, sir.
You're here today, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. Did you have the Office of Public Advocacy in District Court?
Yes.
I'll continue that appointment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County's returning an indictment charging you with an unlawful imprisonment in the first degree, wanton endangerment in the first degree, and assault in the fourth degree. You understand those charges?
Yeah.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I've signed a reciprocal discovery order here that requires the Commonwealth to provide you with information to prepare for your defense. You should be here on July the 5th for negotiation and July the 18th for your next court appearance. What are you saying?
Can I sign, can I give you a bond?
What is his bond?
Yes, Your Honor. It is 10,000 cash and twice the property.
Why was that, I wonder? Let me have that. You'll need to have your attorney contact the Commonwealth to see if we can, if they'll reach an agreement on your bond. Okay, I'll have them look at that, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sydney Dyer. Mr. Stockton, that last bond, I think it's that level because of assault and
It
robbery.
was.
That sort of
Now
thing.
I understand what.
Okay.
They,
Are you Sydney Dyer?
Yes, sir.
We're here on 24 CR 0054 for your arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. You had an Office of Public Advocacy represent you in district court?
Yes, sir. I never talked to him.
So you don't have an attorney?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you fill out an affidavit to see if you're eligible for an attorney? Can you afford an attorney?
They did a pretrial, questions on it. That's all.
Do what? Go ahead.
They just question pretrial, and that's all I've been able to do so far.
Your Honor, we did represent her for our records in district court.
Yeah,
on this case.
I'll appoint the public defender to rest, so you'll have a lawyer, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 24 CR 0054. You were born in 1963.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2171.
Yes, sir.
You have a right to remain silent. They charge you with operating a motor vehicle with expired license and possession of controlled substance. You understand what those charges are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna sign a reciprocal discovery order. Require the comma provide your attorney with information. Help you prepare for your defense. What is her bond name?
15,000 surety bond, but I have no family to sign me now.
That's correct.
Does she have any other background?
Dr. Bruce Shirley. No, Your Honor, she's low on both scale. Yes, 0 on both scale.
She doesn't have any other criminal record in it. So I'm gonna go ahead. Where are you gonna live if we get out? You got somebody
My home in Gamelia.
in Gamaliel? Does anybody else live there with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and let you sign yourself out on a bond, considering what the charges are. Don't need to be driving a vehicle. You need to stay at home unless you go to the church, work, see your lawyer or the doctor, okay? Do you work? Do you work anywhere, Ms. Dyer?
No, sir, I draw a widow's check right now.
Okay, well, if you get a job, we'll let you go to the job and stuff. The pretrial will be in contact with you.
Okay.
Okay. Can y'all get in contact with her and I'll sign her as soon as y'all get the information on her today, I'll sign for her to get out, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
They'll be over to see you today, Ms. Dyer, okay?
Her next court date.
Next court date, you'll be here on July the 5th, Ms. Dyer, you'll be here on July 5th for negotiation and July 18th. And your attorney will be in contact with you. July 18th, your next court date, both the 5th and 18th of July are conditions of your bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joby Grace. Commonwealth versus Joby Grace, 24 CL 0061. Are you Joby Grace? Are you Joby Grace?
Sure.
Were you born, Mr. Grace, were you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6969.
Yes, sir.
Your Office of Public Advocacy represents you.
Excuse me?
Did the Office of Public Advocacy represent you in district court?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can you afford an attorney, Mr. Grace?
Yes, sir.
We'll do an affidavit on you and go ahead and appoint you an attorney. Office of Public Advocacy. Counselor, you've heard Mr. Grace identify himself. He was born in 1972, last four digits, 6969. You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here. The grand jury of Monroe County's returned an indictment charging you with theft, unlawful taking and disposition, burglary in the third degree, criminal syndicate, or engaging in organized crime. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order that requires the Commonwealth to provide information concerning your case. What's this gentleman's bond?
Yes, Your Honor, it has been lowered. It started out as a 4,000 person property. And then presentation, you lowered it to a $20,000 per surety.
Mr. Grace, you haven't been able to get anybody to sign your bond yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Do you have any? Sorry. You what?
I'm trying to ask for the bond reduction.
Well, who do you have to sign a bond?
I already have nobody to sign one right now, sir.
Do you have any family or anything?
My mother, but I don't want to get up here to sign one.
I can't hear you speaking too fast or something. You need
My
to.
My mother, but she can't get.
What are you saying about your mother?
She can't get up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would she be willing to sign a bond if she could, if one was taken to her?
I probably, I don't know.
Where are you gonna stay if you get out?
My mother.
Well, I'll do a bond reduction to $10,000 surety and I'll approve his mother to sign a bond. You know, and what you need to do is see if you can get somebody to go down to see her, or whatever, okay? Just get him out. Can you do that for Mr. Grace?
I can try, Your Honor.
Can I get your name?
What's your mother's name, Mr. Grace?
Vicky Bristow?
Joey, can you say that one more time for me?
Vicky Bristow?
Vicky Bristow?
This way, yes.
I think she's a Tennessee resident.
She live in Tennessee?
That's good enough.
What do you say?
Does she live in Tennessee?
Oh,
Lives in Kentucky?
yes.
Okay. Okay, your next time here, if you get out on bond, will be July 5th for negotiations at 9 a.m. and July 18th at 9 a.m. is your next court appearance, okay? Thank you. Gary Hall. Gary. Commonwealth versus Gary Hall, 23 CR 0040. Are you Gary Hall?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're here. Are you born in 1978?
Yes, Your Honor.
Passport is social security number 6975.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference.
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Hall, a motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
This plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Same person that was identified just a few moments ago in 23 CR 00040, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Discuss this matter with your attorney. Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, Your Honor.
You have viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, feel like you fully informed about your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
As you do not have to enter a guilty plea today, you have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go over them at the end. I'm going to ask you if you understand them, okay? You have a right to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. A right to a speedy trial by jury. Right to be representing counsel at your jury trial. A right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in a favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
To the Commonwealth's recommendation, but on applying range of sentence provided below, I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you'll have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Mr. Stockton, you come here and give a recommendation.
Yes, Mr. Hall will plead guilty to assault second degree, receive a sentence of 10 years. He'll plead guilty to possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, receive a sentence of 10 years. They'll run concurrently for a total of 10 years. That will be supervised. He will serve 6 months in jail in addition to contempt time with the balance probated for 10 years. After that, he'll enter and complete a long-term treatment facility for a minimum of 6 months. He'll be released to that once he's done his jail time. He'll receive credit for time served, but shall not receive credit for contempt time. And all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Sir, yeah, the probated for 5 years supervised.
Do what?
I was just correcting myself. It's probated for 5 years.
After he serves the time?
After he serves the
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Does the contempt time count toward the 180 days?
Contempt time does not count. How much contempt time was there?
You never did decide on that, Judge.
Well, how many days has he been in there?
70 or 67.
He's got, and how many days besides the contempt time does he have?
Counting his ankle monitor and everything, Judge, he has well over 180 days.
Over 200.
I'll give a look at it and I'll give him credit for 50% of his contempt time. Is that all right with the Commonwealth? And that might get you where you need to be. If it doesn't, it'll get you closer, okay?
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to give up those rights and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Realize any future felony convictions could be enhanced because of this plea. Is that your signature here on this document? Let me hold it up here.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll accept the plea as your pre-sentence investigation report, I guess, and we'll send you on July 18th.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Okay, Herschel Hammer. Herschel Hammer. Commonwealth versus Herschel Hammer, 23 CR 0083, 24 CR 0025. You are Herschel Hammer.
Yes.
Born in 2005.
Yeah.
Social Security number 5631.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're here on a pretrial conference. What we have?
Your Honor, Lee Davis, conflict counsel for Mr. Hammer. I think we've got a deal almost worked out. We have to do a few more formalities in the next few weeks, and we should be able to resolve this on the next court date. I would ask that we pass it to them.
Okay, you'll be here on negotiation day for July 5th to work out the details. And then back here on July 18th for entry of plea or to set a trial date, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Your attorney will be over to see you. Nicholas Highland. Nicholas Highland. Are you Nicholas Highland? Are you Nicholas Highland? I can't hear you, Mr. Highland. Must be a bad mic there.
Nick, yes or no?
Yes.
Were you born in 1998?
Yeah.
Last four digits, social security number 9453.
Yeah.
You have a pretrial revocation scheduled in 23 CR 0041 and a pretrial conference schedule 24 CR 0041. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Mr. Southworth, his co-defendant's been continued to next month along with the negotiation day. I'd like to keep these on the same dates. And if we can't settle both of those, we'll set a trial next month.
Okay, a negotiation date at 9 a.m. on July 5th and next court appearance on July 18th. What is the charge you're going to proceed on in this case?
It's a burglary theft case.
And is the co-defendant on the docket today?
Yeah, we've already called his case.
Okay. Are you representing both of them?
I'm representing Nicholas Highland.
Okay, so he has conflict, your conflict counsel.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Highland, your attorney will be over and get some information to you. Okay, thank you very much. Timothy Jones, yeah. Timothy Jones. Commonwealth versus Timothy Jones, 23 CR 0074. Are you Timothy Jones?
Yes, Your Honor.
1997.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 4923.
Yes, sir.
Here today for the purpose of arraignment. Did you have an attorney in district court? Did this go through district court?
It's my first time in court.
Okay. Well, I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Advocacy. Can you afford an attorney?
No, sir.
We need to get an affidavit on him, okay?
Yes.
Okay, this is for arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe County's returned indictment charging you with theft, unlawful taking, or disposition. You understand what that charge is? I'm not asking whether you did or not, but you understand what the charge is, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. What is this gentleman's bond?
It's 15,000 clerk approved surety.
It's just, you just got a surety bond. Has anybody, you haven't been able to get anybody to come in and sign your bond?
I've been in rehab for months. And my director came up and tried to make it, but they wouldn't let me make it against the Tennessee.
Your parent, yeah, you can't, out of state people can't make a surety bond. If you got anybody in Kentucky, you can make your surety bond for you, friends, relatives, or anything.
Oh, sir.
What kind of criminal record is he?
Your Honor, he's low risk, he's low 3 to reoffend, sir, and low 1 for FTAs.
Does he have an FTA in the past?
No, Your Honor. Showing.
What kind of theft case is this, Mr. Stockton?
This is, I think he is involved in the. This is with Mr. Hammer. I've got so many co-defendants, I have to look. It's involving a stolen truck, Your Honor.
Where do you live, Mr. Jones?
At the rehab
Rehab where?
in Salina, Tennessee. I'll have to go back to the rehab if I go.
Well, now, where do you live when you're not in the rehab?
About a mile from the mill.
So you live in Salina, Tennessee?
Yes, sir. I'll be there until November.
Yeah, but who do you live with in Salina?
In Clay County Sober Living.
What's he saying?
A sober living facility, but I don't know what.
Well, when you're not in sober living or you're not in rehab, do you have a home anywhere when you get out of that?
Yeah, on the Mill Road.
In Clay County?
Yes, sir.
Who do you live with there?
Mother.
You're with your mother? Does she live, is that in Kentucky or Tennessee where she lives?
Tennessee.
Okay. Why don't you see if you can work with him, see if you can find somebody to sign this bond?
Yeah, sure.
Your attorney's gonna work with you, see if you can sign somebody the bond. You get your bond signed. July the 5th, you'll be here for negotiation, and July 18th.
Can I have my motion of discovery before then?
I can't step away from the microphone a little bit. We can't understand what you're saying. Let's talk. What are you saying?
Can I get my motion of discovery?
He's asking to get discovery. As soon as we get it, we'll get it over there to him.
Yeah, you've been arraigned today, and there'll be discovery given to your attorney today. Okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
David.
Somebody's low risk.
Courtney Mabry. How much, you say Mabry or Mabry?
Mabry, Your Honor.
Yeah. Commonwealth versus Courtney Mabry, 23 CR 0020. Are you, Miss Mabry, were you born in 1993?
Yes, sir.
This 4-digit social security number 9966.
Yes, sir.
Are you representing her, Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Previously it had DPA there, so I think it's make a notation in the record, Mr. Garrett's made an appearance. Okay, have you done any negotiation on her part yet?
Yes, Judge, we're sentencing.
This is a pre-trial conference.
Yeah, it's a sentence, is what I can tell. That's what the court docket says.
Yeah, and we have a pre-sentence investigation.
The clerk's docket says.
Yeah,
Yeah, and she's reviewed her PSI.
I don't have it. I haven't reviewed it. Have you got a copy of it with you?
Judge, I gave her my copy.
Mr.
Yesterday.
Stockton, y'all have a copy of the pre-sentence investigation?
Main brief, yes. I usually look at them email, but I don't bring them with me.
I think the judge has one.
Well, we'll just have to take a look at it and come back.
That's fine.
Okay. Jody Murphy. Commonwealth versus Jody Murphy, 24 CR 0060. Are you Jody Murphy?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
4-digit social security number 6590.
Yes, sir.
For the purpose of arraignment. Did you go through district court? Did public advocates represent you in district court? It says on your affidavit here, you hadn't worked in 3 years. Is that right?
Sure.
Why is that?
I don't got license. I mean, I just got to a place where I'm actually stable, can do stuff.
Who do you live with?
I live in Burnsville with my best friend
Live where?
in Burnsville. My best friend, her name's Claudia. It should be on the stands.
Are you saying Burkesville?
So,
We want to bring him over here in Burn County. I can't hear it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll appoint you a public advocate.
I'm here, but I guess that's what I should say. And make that Burkesville, I think something, I make that help that.
The grand jury of Monroe County had charged you with burglary in the 3rd degree, theft, unlawful taking or disposition, and criminal syndicate. Tell me something about this case, Mr. Tucker.
Let me see which one she's involved in here. It's Murphy.
Is this the one?
No, this, Your Honor, is she's involved allegedly with Jody Grace, Dalton Birdwell, Michaela Pettico, and Noah Freeman. Richard Hammer's truck, he has an antique truck that's stolen and stripped. And that's the charges against her, and that's the reason there's an organized crime syndicate, because there's so many of them involved.
Okay. What is her,
I don't know if she did or not, but she'd have plenty of time.
what's her score on her bond?
Yes, your honor, she's coming back as a low one in both categories. The only thing I'm showing is that she did have a misdemeanor conviction back in December of 2020 in Clay County, Tennessee. Her bond is 10,000 cash plus the property.
Care to move that to surety?
What'd you say?
$10,000 cash, you could care to change it to surety?
That's fine with the standard.
sign that.
Do what, man?
I don't have anybody that would sign that.
Do you agree?
I can't.
She said you didn't have anybody to sign a surety bond for, basically 10,000.
Well, I'm gonna get, your attorney will come over and talk to you and crap. Where will you live if you get out? Back in Burkesville?
Yes, sir. Or go to Glasgow. I can stay with my cousin up here, whichever I need to do.
Anybody can sign a $10,000 surety bond. It's court approved. They don't have.
The computers and stuff are down here. We haven't been able to get in contact with people for the last 2 or 3 days.
Okay, well, I'll leave the surety bond like that with the conditions that you give them an address where you're gonna be at, and you don't leave that address except for work, church, doctor, or court, okay?
Okay.
Great. $10,000 surety bond, I'll take it. Michaela Pettigo. Commonwealth versus Michaela Pettigo, 24 CR 0059. Are you Michaela Pettigo?
Okay.
Can you step back from the camera just a little bit? So there you go. That's perfect. Were you born in 1997?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number is 0940.
Yes, sir.
Public advocate's office represents you in district court.
I can't remember.
Did you have a court appointed lawyer in district court? Was a lawyer stand up with you?
No, sir.
Is that a yes or a no? I can't understand you.
No, sir.
You do not have a lawyer, so she filled out an affidavit.
See, I'm not showing, I do not have one here in my.
Okay, I want you to fill out an affidavit. I go ahead and appoint you a public advocate. They'll stay subject to you not being able to afford one, okay? The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County charge you with burglary in the third degree, theft, unlawful taking or disposition, and criminal syndicate. Sign a reciprocal discovery order. Have Commonwealth provide your attorney with information. It could be that we have some conflict cases getting generated here.
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Okay. So your attorney will come talk to you. Okay. What's the bond set for her now?
Yes, Your Honor, it looks like that she started out at 10,000 cash for towards the property, and then at presentation, it was changed to a $20,000 clerk approved surety.
You hadn't been able to get anybody to sign a bond for you, ma'am?
No, my father is sick and he's been going to the doctor. That's the only person that I have.
Can you understand what she's saying?
I caught that her
Say that
father was
again.
sick.
Talk a little slower. What was the question you asked?
The only person that I have is my father to sign it, and he's been sick and having to go to the doctor, cancer doctor, and that's what he got today. So I ain't been able to get nobody to sign it because he cannot walk no more. And he's I got to go today.
Can you understand what she's saying? What's she saying?
Her father's the only person that can sign a surety bond for her, but he's gotten ill and is having to go to the doctor, the cancer doctor, I believe is what she specifically says, and he can't walk or come anymore to sign.
Is there a way that I can sign my own bond?
She wants asking for an RR.
Let's see if you can make some arrangement with her to get where her father can sign a bond. What's your father's name? I'll approve him to sign a $10,000 surety bond with the conditions. Are you gonna live with him when you get out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you stay there and don't leave the house except for work, church, the doctor, go to your lawyer. And I'll try to make arrangement for him to get to sign the bond. Is he in the hospital or is he at home?
He will be back home sometime today. I'm not for sure, but he is living in Ebenezer now.
Ebenezer.
Yeah, that's
Okay, we'll see it. We'll see if we get a bond out for him to sign. I'll approve him for the bond, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and what was the name? I got Brett was the.
What was the father's name?
I'll check.
Say your father's name again. What is it?
Michael Pruitt.
Michael Pruitt?
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Jason Pitcock. Is the quality of sound not good from over there today like it has been?
Deputy Richard, it gets worse every time we have court, seems like.
This keeps getting worse.
Commonwealth versus Jason Pitcock, 23 CR 003. Are you Jason Pitcock,
Yes, sir.
born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2853. You're here
Yes,
for sentencing today.
Yes.
I think it has a lot to do with how clearly the people speak. They have a deep voice, it seems to people out. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Have you seen the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Mr. Pitcock, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You seen the pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason why you should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor, but I would like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Judge, I would ask the court to consider probation. Mr. Pitcock is 41 years of age. He did graduate high school, did do some post-high school education. He does have 2 kids. These are his first felony offenses. He is a lifelong resident in the Fountain Run area. I would ask the court to consider probation on his behalf.
He agreed to this though, didn't he?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Upon a plea of guilty possession of viewing matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor under age 12, 4 counts, you shall receive a sentence of 8 years on each charge to run concurrently, however, for 8 years to serve. Upon a plea of possession of viewing matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor over 12 years of age, but under 18, 4 counts, you will receive 5-year sentence on each one of those for a total of 5 years. However, the 2 sentences shall all run concurrently for a total of 8 years to serve, and considering the length of time involved, I will waive court costs.
And Judge, there's one final thing I need I'll tender an order with regard to some of the property that the AG's office had agreed to return. I'll give that to Mr. Stockton later today.
What would that be?
Those are some phones which belong to his mother and I think some other computer devices. Which
There'll be a problem. I'll just confirm with the AGs. If it's all out, them, I'll.
Okay, Jose Robles. Jose Robles. Commonwealth versus Jose Robles, 23 CR 0050. You are Jose Robles.
Yep.
In 2000.
Yep.
It's 4 digits, social security number 4313. Now, Mr. Garrett, previously, the counsel for his sister, which is you, appeared here, correct?
Correct.
There's a waiver of joint representation. Mr. Robles, I think your sister came, said she had no objection to Mr. Garrett representing both of you. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and okay, now, did we set some dates in the other case?
Judge, we set the pretrial on September 16th.
No, the trial.
I'm sorry, the trial date on September 16th and the final pretrial on July 18th.
September 16th through 18th is your trial date. And July 18th, all pretrial motions will be filed as far as any kind of constitutional issues or things like that. Mr. O, your attorney will be able to see you, okay?
All right.
Evelyn Shirley.
Shelby Horton.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
Commonwealth versus Evelyn Shirley, 24 CR 00011. Are you Evelyn Shirley?
Sir.
Born in 1959?
Yes, sir.
It's 4 digits, social security, 4698.
Yes.
Your attorney is here, Mr. Davis. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this lady?
We need a trial date, yeah.
What are you gonna try her on?
Trafficking.
She's charged with trafficking and engaging in organized crime, Your Honor.
You made an offer to her?
Yeah, we've made an offer of 20 years and it's nowhere close, and someone else associated with the case got probation. We're gonna need a trial.
Settled in this case.
I'm sorry?
Well, the person that bought the appeal.
Someone associated with this case is, so we're we're nowhere close. We need to
Okay,
set a
let's do a
trial.
trial date then. You know, we had that August 27th still available.
I'm thinking that, let me make sure that's not the prosecutor.
It's 27.
Prosecutors 20.
21 through 23, yeah. Yeah, I guess 27 would be fine.
Well, Your Honor, I've got like 4 cases on that date. But I got the 26th, 27th, 28th. I've got court dates on all of them.
What about September the 4th?
I've got another jury trial scheduled at that time, Your Honor.
On the 25th of June, which is
Next week,
Yeah,
I have a jury trial next
Okay.
week.
We have a.
that's the
Hearings
Bricker
that-
thing. That's the Bricker things that they.
That'll take at least all morning.
It'll take.
How about that first week in October, you know?
I hate to put it off till October, I hate to do that.
Well, you reduced your bond last time.
Yeah.
Well, Your Honor, we'd like to address bond one more time, if we could, after we set the date, please. October 1st, I could do, Your Honor. And if we can't, I'll move my August 26 dates on the. But
I'd rather go ahead and set a trial before then, if you can do that.
August 26, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it for 27th, 28th.
Yes, sir. And do you want to set another pretrial conference, Your
Wait
Honor?
a second, I'm having.
I wouldn't think so.
I would say, you think a day? We can get it done in a,
We'll set it in 2 days. If we don't use the second day, we can all rejoice.
yes, sir.
We can double schedule for the second day.
On the 27th, Your Honor? Is that?
Yeah, we'd schedule it for 27th and 28th, and then if we have another case comes around that's in 1 day, we can schedule it for the 28th. I don't usually double schedule.
Week before.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any pretrial motions need to be filed by
Yes, Your Honor.
July 18th.
By July 18th?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, could we just address bond again, if we could, please? Miss Shirley is 65 years old. I don't believe she's been in trouble since 1999. She has.
What is your bond now?
Yes, Your Honor, it started out as 25,000 cash. It looks like it stayed that way for 2 times, and then back last time we were here, it was changed to a $25,000 property. There were some restrictions as far as who could be there in the home and your standard conditions as well, Your Honor. She's a moderate 4 to reoffend and low 1 for FTAs.
That's the problem. If she makes bond, I don't know where she's gonna stay, because since we were in court the last time, I've spoke to the legal title holder of the property, who called me after I filed my notice of lis pendens, and he said that he didn't want Miss Shirley in the home. And then Teresa Graves, who she said was allowed in the home, has called my office, and she said she didn't want Miss Shirley in the home. Basically, she's a squatter and nobody wants her there. So I don't know where she's gonna go if she gets out.
Well, Your Honor, it's better than the good people of Monroe County housing a 65-year-old woman who hasn't been in trouble since 1999. We'd ask that she be given an ROR bond. We think it's appropriate in this case.
Okay, well, I need to know where she's gonna be, and, because I put curfews on everybody. Okay, so if there's a curfew on her, and that allows her to go to work, church, doctor, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
If you'll get a location for her, where she might be, I could very well consider a surety bond.
Miss Shirley, can you provide someplace where you can stay?
Since 2011, I'm a squatter. don't know what they're saying. I paid taxes, I kept that home money.
Wait just a second. Will you step back away from the camera a little bit? We can't see you. Where are you gonna stay if you get out on bond, Miss Shirley?
I'll go to a shelter, but I'm not a squatter. I've lived in that house since 2011. I paid taxes on it and everything, and I don't know why there's been a squatter.
Well, she doesn't have a deed. She doesn't have any type of paperwork. And the people that own the house tell me she's not.
Come around here where she can hear you.
So if she.
Wait till you get around here where she can hear
If she
you.
can furnish a lease, an agreement, a deed, something showing she has some proprietary interest in that property, other than the fact that she's paid taxes on it, maybe she needs to file a lawsuit and claim it by adverse possession. I don't know. That's out of my bailiwick anymore.
Mr. Stockton says that that somebody else has the deed to the property.
The deed. My name is not on it, it's my brother-in-law, but I don't have the deed.
Well, you don't have a deed with your name on it.
No.
Okay, so if you get a deed with your name on it, then you got a deed.
I'd love for the property to be in her name.
Come back around here. So if you get a deed with your name on it, then I'll let you sign your own bond by putting that house up for the bond.
That'd be great.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think she can in jail get a deed in her name when it's not in her name right now.
Sure she can. It's all you gotta do is, they got notaries over there, just do a quick claim deed from whoever. Do you do any real estate work?
No, I don't.
Well, maybe you have a friend. Mr. Bell can do a quick claim deed there.
I don't do it.
Yeah, but I'm willing to lower her bond, but I'm not going to do it. I don't know where she's going to be.
Well,
I
Your
don't
Honor,
know.
if she's
So
in
you work with her on it and then get the information to Commonwealth, and I'll consider lowering her bond.
Yes, sir.
Because it's drug on a little longer than I like it too, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your attorney will be over to see you, Miss Shirley. Kyle Simmons. Now, I don't want everybody else to say that I've been trying to solicit Mr. Bell work. Just saying that in jest, Mr. Bell.
I couldn't do it anyway, Judge.
Okay. Kyle Simmons. Are you Kyle Simmons?
Sir.
This is 24 CR 0053. Mr. Simmons, were you born in 1990?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8515.
Yes, sir.
Now, you have an attorney?
I have one, you want different board?
District Court, the public advocates.
Yes, sir.
I'll continue that appointment. Okay, you're here purpose for arraignment and you got a right to remain silent, okay?
Yes.
The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with wanton endangerment in the second degree, wanton endanger in the first degree, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, first degree, fleeing or evading police officers. Do you understand those charges? I'm not asking you whether you did or not, but do you understand the charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Simmons, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty,
Yes, Your Honor.
reserve all pretrial motions? July 5th, negotiation day at 9 a.m. and July 18th, next court date. Both of them are conditions of his bond. If you want to hear in person, you'll need to do a transportation order,
Yes,
okay?
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Your attorney will be over to talk to you, okay? Jared Terry. Jared Terry.
Your Honor, we just want to enter a corrected plea, if that's all right.
Okay. Are you Jared Terry?
Your Honor?
Jared Terry, is that right? Tari?
Yes, Your Honor.
23 CR 0037. And what do we have here?
We just want to, amend plea.
We're getting
Up the Commonwealth's offer.
Do what?
We want to amend the plea. He'll have the same amount of time. The charge will just be different. And I don't even think it'll change the judgment. Will it?
And what are you changing it from to?
I'll have to get that, but basically what we did, we had amended attempted murder to assault last time, and we couldn't do that, so we're actually getting it where we can do the proper amendment.
So you're dismissing attempted murder
That's correct, and amending the assault.
and amending assault first to assault second, correct?
Correct. It'd still be the 10-year sentence.
Okay, you agree with that, sir, to amend the charge from attempted murder down to assault second?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sign it then.
One thing that-
Go, wait a second.
Reflecting that the disposition was guilty of assault. Yeah, so now no judgment will have to be done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Michael Turner. You throwing his stuff back. Commonwealth versus Michael Turner. Here for a competency hearing.
Well, Your Honor, this is the problem. He was found both not competent to stand trial and not criminally responsible. But Dr. Sparks said that if the court would enter an order, that it would be possible to restore competency. So I'd ask the court for a treatment order that he be sent to KCPC to restore competency.
I refuse.
That, whatever the court decides, Judge, I'll go with it. I haven't been able to really have any substantive conversations with Mr. Turner. And I agree with the doctor's report.
Well, our hearing,
That, I'm gonna have to file a motion for a 202A petition because I don't think he'd be a harm to himself or others in society.
Mr. Turner, the people up at the KCPC say that they can restore you to competence if they get you up there for a while. If you refuse, I heard you say you refuse. Does that mean you refuse to help restore yourself to competence? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you're trying to commit me permanently. It's what my half brother's trying to do, Shane and Sean McPherson. They're trying to bury me for a bunch of shit. Excuse my language, sir. But I've been in here, I was all around to go to the heart doctor, and they refused to let me go to the heart doctor. I have not been out of jail.
Okay.
You have released me twice, I know, and
Think that you just need to go ahead and do a 202A.
So you don't want to send him back to KCPC?
He's not willing to go. He's not willing to go back up there.
You know what's gonna happen when I file a 202A? We're gonna get a commitment order and we're going to send him Western State and they're gonna keep him a day or two and he's gonna be right back over there at that place where he believes he has a house and either he's gonna kill somebody or somebody's gonna kill him.
Okay.
So
I've been shot in the head, sir. I've been shot in both arms, in the tailbone. The law is involved in this, so that's what this is about. The sheriff's involved, there's murder.
Okay, you be quiet for a second. I'll go ahead and sign an order and send him back up there to see if they can treat him and get him competent again.
Yeah.
Okay, if that doesn't work, I have no choice.
now
but
and
to
then
do
we'll
a
do the 202A and he'll be released in a few days.
Well, maybe you will, maybe you won't. Hope springs eternal.
First time in 20-some years.
Yeah, well, hope springs eternal. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
They
Sonny Voorhees,
my medicine since I've been in this jail.
we're finished here.
Judge, I also had Timothy Shirley and he was on the docket. I don't know if we maybe.
We're not finished with the docket yet.
And I've requested to my lawyer.
We're finished with the jail, return him to his cell. please. Thank you.
Shit. They shot me 15 times a day. I'm one locked up.
Was he back from the jail there to remove him from there? Okay, note that he just took his hand, Mr. Stockton, that he just took his hand and made a gunshot. And acted like his hand was a gun.
Sean,
Take him out of there. Take him out of there now.
man, railroad.
There you go, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Sonny Voorhees.
Call Officer Riskowski.
Judge, could I speak on this before we get started?
Sure.
Judge, in Mr. Voorhees' case, we have been working this for a long time, both in Barron and Monroe County.
Sure have.
And during that time, we have provided jailhouse calls to both the Commonwealth here and the Commonwealth.
You knocked my office. In fact, I sent an email to you May the 30th asking for those. I knocked out.
Yeah, they found them over here the other day. That was what was in that.
Well, maybe you furnished them in court the other day.
No, we furnished them a long time ago. We just never did get them back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, Judge, only thing, I'm not trying to knock on Mr. Stockton or any of that stuff. What I'm trying to say is, Judge, it's my position that if we go forward today on this hearing, I don't know what chance my client has of not getting revoked. I think it's very slim. That's why I've been working as hard as I have been trying to get everything worked out over in Barron County. Well, I went over there this week. They jerked the rug out from me and Mr. Voorhees, which happens sometimes. I didn't like it, but it's just the way it happened, you know, and they decided because the co-defendant wouldn't take the plea, that they were going to just try both of them due to judicial economy, which doesn't really make sense to me when we're trying to reach justice in these situations. And to make a long story short as I can, Judge, I understand. I believe that these recordings and messages that are sent back and forth will exonerate my client. And due to the fact that we no longer have a deal, because when we was up here at the negotiation deal, we had a deal based upon what I had told them because that's what they had told me. But since then, I didn't tell them exactly right because I didn't know it. And they didn't tell me right because I guess they didn't know it. My only point is, Judge, I wish you'd give me an opportunity to get those transcribed by somebody. I know it's going to take some time, but Mr. Voorhees isn't getting out of jail anyway anytime soon. But it might go a long ways in preventing him from getting a 12-year sentence that he's got pending up here in Monroe County.
What I'd like to do, and the court can, of course, going to do whatever they want to do, but the officer was here last month when I wasn't here. I would rather at least take his testimony and then you can decide whether you want to give Mr. Bell time to get those
I think
transcribed or what.
that's a fair thing to do, and I can take it under advisement. This officer's been over here twice. It slipped by me. I apologize to you, officer. I wasn't really aware that you were here. I was aware, but it slipped by me. So let's go ahead and take his testimony and whatever the Commonwealth has to say, okay?
I'd call Officer Riskowski.
Let's just let him stand here at the podium. since
That's
it's
fine.
going. Will you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and state your full name and what your position is with what authority.
Officer Matthew Riskowski with the Glasgow Police Department,
Okay, Mr. Stockton.
How long have you worked for the Glasgow Police Department?
since November of last year,
How long have you been a police officer?
since November of last year.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the defendant, Mr. Voorhees?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
And I'm sorry, correction, I became certified in July of last year.
Okay.
Sorry. But I became familiar with Mr. Voorhees on October 9th. There was a flock hit alert for a stolen vehicle. We located the vehicle at the Days Inn in Glasgow, Kentucky, where we observed video surveillance footage of Mr. Voorhees and the co-defendant exiting the vehicle and entering the hotel. At that point,
Okay, so this co-defendant, that was Jacinda Evans, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you say you got an alert on the vehicle, was it stolen or something?
The
What was
plate,
problem?
the plate that was on the vehicle was stolen.
Okay, and you saw video surveillance of both of them go into the hotel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
After we observed the video footage of them entering the hotel, we got the room number from the hotel management and made contact with Mr. Voorhees and Miss Evans. Once we made contact with them, after speaking with both of them for several hours, we finally got them to agree to allow us to search the room. Upon searching the
hotel room, we located a firearm under the pillow of the bed and a large bag of methamphetamine or suspected methamphetamine wrapped up in a blanket that was on the dresser in the hotel room.
Did either one of them make statements as to the occupancy of the room, if they were staying there or anything of that nature?
They admitted to both staying there, but as far as being admitting to who the room actually belonged to, neither of them, they kept saying it was the other's room.
Did you check with the registration and see who it was registered to?
If I remember correctly, it was signed for by Mr. Voorhees, but he's saying that Miss Evans provided the cash for the room.
Okay, but it was in his name.
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. And I assume that nobody wanted to take ownership of the gun or the methamphetamine, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long they had been staying in that room?
Approximately 2 hours.
Oh, they just checked in?
Yes. We had been searching for the vehicle since we had gotten the alert for the stolen license plate.
And when you observed the video surveillance, was it evident that either one of them was carrying the firearm or the methamphetamines?
No, sir.
Okay. And so you said you spoke with them a couple hours before you got consent to search the room?
Yes, sir. It took a while for them to even open the door to allow us in there, and then we separated Miss Evans and Mr. Voorhees, and we're trying to get them to give us consent to search the room. And it just took a while to get them to agree because they kept saying that it was the other's room before we allowed them. They spoke together and then both agreed to allow us to search the room.
Okay. And did either one of them make any other statements about the meth or the handgun? Did they say it was each other's, or what did they say?
I know that Miss Evans had stated at that time that the handgun was Mr. Voorhees' gun.
Okay. And I'm sure he denied it.
Correct. However, whenever we located the firearm, it was under a pillow on the side of the bed that he said he was laying.
Okay. He said he made a statement to you that was his side of the bed.
But yes, he was.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else, Your Honor.
You like to inquire the witness?
I would, Judge, please report. Who was driving the vehicle when you seen it?
While we observed the video footage, it was Mr. Voorhees that exited the driver's side of the vehicle.
And do you have that footage?
I don't believe so.
The truck actually belonged to Miss Edmonds, though, correct?
Correct.
And the license plate that had been put on there that caused this thing to think it was stolen came from something else Miss Edmonds had here in Tompkinsville, correct?
No, sir. The license plate was reported stolen out of Bowling Green, I believe, 2 days prior to us getting the alert on the vehicle.
Okay. Have you seen any photos or anything of the truck being parked with Miss Edmonds here in Monroe County the day before?
No, sir.
Okay. But the truck ended up not being stolen, is that correct?
That's correct. Just the license plate that was on the vehicle.
And I believe y'all returned the truck to Miss Edmonds, is that correct?
I don't know. It was towed from the property because we took both of them into custody.
Okay. Now, since this has taken place, have you been told about any communications that Miss Edmonds has made with, say, probation and parole, prosecutors, if one stating that that gun was in fact her gun?
I've heard that she said that it was and was not. I have not heard anything definitively.
Okay. But you heard it both ways?
Yes, sir.
As far as being in actual possession of the gun, you never seen Mr. Voorhees exercise any dominion control over that?
No, sir, other than the firearm being on which he said was his side of the bed, when we located it, that's the only thing I know to be true.
Okay. Can you explain to me if they just been there 2 hours, why anybody would already have the side of the bed?
Well, he was sitting on that side of the bed and he had said that he was laying on that side of the bed before we arrived.
Did Mr. Voorhees state at the time y'all were there communicating with him that that was not his farm, that it did in fact belong to Miss Edmonds?
He did, as well as Miss Evans saying that it was not her firearm.
Oh, I have, Judge.
No redirect. Okay. May he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
I'd like to call Mr. Collins next.
Okay. Your Collins. You raise your right hand, you swear testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Mr. Collins, are you familiar with Mr. Voorhees' case?
Somewhat, yes.
Get
The
behind.
case that he's on probation for?
Yes.
And what type of sentence does he have?
He has a, just a minute. He is a 12.5 year sentence,
And how much time has he served on this since this violation?
460 days, I do believe.
How much credit for time served does he have?
It'll just be a 460, yeah.
Okay, he's been in custody since he was arrested? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And that was how long ago, you know?
I believe it was October 9th of 2023.
Okay, so a considerable amount of this time has been since his arrest in Glasgow.
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
If I may.
Yeah.
Isn't it correct that Miss Evans contacted your office stating that this firearm did not belong to Mr. Voorhees?
I recall receiving a call, may have been from her, but something along those lines of trying to say the gun was not hers.
Was not hers or was not his?
Was not his. Any details, it's been so long, I don't know, but I do remember having a conversation with her or someone stating that the gun was not his.
What is this lady's name?
Jacinda
Evans.
Is she a convicted felon?
Yeah, she was here in court.
Wait, he's testifying.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
We can let you
It's been a long
testify.
morning, I apologize.
I mean, Mr. Bell testifies all the time.
I learned that, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah.
And I do recall after she had called me and tried to talk about the case, I directed her to call her lawyer and I didn't, we left it at that. So it was very short to the point. Trying to stay out of all that, so.
You have any other questions?
No, that's all.
I do have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
What is your policy when you sign somebody up on probation? Is there things you go over with them or their conditions?
There is, we use a set of standard, general conditions that, everybody that's on probation, they will not own, permitted to purchase or have on their possession or control a firearm, deadly instrument or dangerous weapon.
And when you think of possession, does that mean the same house,
It can be, yes.
same room,
Can be, yes.
same vehicle?
Can be.
Okay, nothing else.
You want to make your argument? You can be released. You have any other witnesses?
No.
You want to call any witnesses?
No. He's wanting to say something, but that's,
Yeah, Mr. Voorhees, your attorney's here. You better inquire of him before you say anything. You have anything to say to him, Mr. Bell?
Sonny, I would remain silent, especially due to the fact that we've got a pending case over in Barron County, but it's your life, not mine. I'm not going to mandate it, but that would be my advice to you.
So Mr. Bell, so what I was about to say to you, that I have got a witness is on my behalf.
You want to raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Yes, I have got a witness on my behalf is once Miss Evans had made bond, she went to her brother and was bragging the word she put the gun was on my side and also the dope was hers and was trying to put it off on me. That her own brother is right here now, can't be on my behalf. She was bragging about the situation.
He's there, wants to testify, and you don't hear, it's fine with me, Judge.
Do what?
He's saying he's there now, wanting to
Yeah, well,
testify.
he's subject to cross-examination
Oh,
himself
yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
You
go ahead.
finished, would you like to ask him what he was doing there, if he saw the gun or the drugs in the hotel room, that sort of stuff? you know.
Mr. Voorhees, when you got out on probation, did you have a job?
Yes.
Where was you working?
I've done farm work.
Okay. How'd you know Miss Evans?
How?
Yeah, how did
I have known her for a long time, sir.
okay. And why were you at that hotel room with her?
Why?
Yeah.
She asked me to go to Glasgow with her, and so I went, and then she took her cash out card and paid for the motel room. And the next thing you know, that I went to sleep, and there is a knock is on the door, and there was the police.
Did she put that gun under your pillow while you was asleep?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you know if you was asleep?
Sir, no, excuse me. When I went to the door, locked the door for the officer to come in, that's when she slid the gun was underneath my pillow. I'm sorry. When I unlocked the door, that's when she slid the gun underneath my pillow.
Where'd she have the gun?
Huh?
She have the gun?
Excuse me?
Where did she have the gun?
She had it on her.
On her? Where at on her?
Now that I couldn't tell you, but though she had it on her somewhere, and then when I got up to go and unlock the door, she slid the gun was underneath my pillow, and then she put the door was in a Walmart bag, was wrapped up, was in a blanket.
Yeah. Is that what you usually do when you're on probation? You run around with people's got guns and dope on them? What?
I object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I'm just curious why you was with her, Mr. Voorhees. She had a gun on her and had dope with her.
Didn't know at the time I did not know at the time that she had a gun. Sir, that I didn't know that. I have never had a gun charge in my whole entire life.
No, it's been trafficking usually, hasn't it?
Huh?
Usually been trafficking, hasn't it?
Or either a possession charge that I can't go past. No. But I have never had no trafficking charge, and I have been doing right. And that gun that she put it underneath my pillow.
Well, I just guess we need to call Miss Evans. No further questions.
Okay, you have any question for him anymore?
Just quickly, Sonny, that wasn't your gun, was it?
No, sir.
You didn't know she had it?
No, sir.
You've been consistent in saying that from the day the police arrived.
Yes, sir. I have got a witness right here now. She was bragging to her own brother, was bragging to him about saying that she put the gun underneath my pillow, and also the drugs was hers.
And Judge, I can stand there and ask questions the right way all day long if I want to be honest. I'm just trying to get through
I
it.
overruled him.
Oh, I appreciate it. And Sonny, at this point, you've been in jail over a year.
Yes, sir.
And you have expressed a strong desire to go to a drug court or rehab or any other alternative besides going to jail. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir. I would be willing to do drug court.
Or rehab or whatever.
Rehab or whatever, a long-term treatment or whatever. I would like to enter the drug court.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thanks.
I have no other questions, no other witnesses. And so
Do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call?
No, Judge, not unless you want to take a guy there to testify, but I don't know what age it would be if the court thinks it would. Fine is not.
Okay. Okay, you want me to take this under advisement?
Well, I don't know if he's planning on introducing any more evidence or not on the phone calls or what you want to do.
If you permit me to, I will, but I'll be honest with the court. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get all that stenographed. I mean, there's hours of it. There's also some the text messaging thing that they do, there was information on there where she takes ownership of the gun. And I understand, Judge, that the drugs alone could revoke him. But
Well, the gun could, the drugs could, be in the presence of convicted felon in a hotel room.
The only question is, should he be revoked or should he be sanctioned 400 days? I mean, that's really the only question in my opinion.
I mean, I would agree with that, Judge. I mean, I'll be honest with the court. I've grown to like Mr. Voorhees a great deal. I don't think he's a mean man at all. I think he's worked around on farms and stuff his whole life. I think he's got a terrible drug habit and addiction. He's getting to an age where I feel like he's ready to try and do something about that. And as the court knows, and I've said before, give me a second here, Sonny. I've got a lot of empathy and things for his situation and circumstance. I do believe there's ways to help and cure people. I don't know of anything looking at him or talking to him, he's ever harmed a single soul. He's willing to go to a 12-month rehab, 6-month rehab. He's willing to go into drug court. Anything that we could get done, he'd be willing to do. And I would ask the court, due to the fact that he's done got well over a year in jail, at least consider doing some alternative aside from just giving him 12 years in prison.
The only issue I have, if the court orders treatment, I don't think Mr. Voorhees will ever change as long as he's around Monroe County or close to it. I don't think drug court would work. I think he's gonna have to go somewhere else, make new friends, get a new attitude, get a job and work. I don't know. I wish he would get out and be a contributing citizen to society and leave this drug culture alone. Make my job easy, but he can't be out on probation, him and Jacinda Evans running around with drugs.
I understand. I can get him in the Mark Center in Bowling Green if the court will allow it, and Mr.
Well,
Stockton
let
would
me
agree
take it
to
into
it.
I'll take it under consideration. Now, when do you think your case over there is gonna be handled?
Judge, they set a trial over there in April, but if I get something worked out over here, I'm going back to the table, and I believe I could get some kind of probated offer from them if we got this worked out over
Well,
here.
I'm not really interested in helping get a probated offer
know
for two
that.
people that are in a hotel room in Glasgow, Kentucky with a deadly weapon and a big bunch of dope. That's just not one, right at the top of my list.
No, I understand.
You understand? I don't know what, I don't think I'm being unreasonable about that. So, I know Mr. Voorhees from his appearance here too. And it seems like to me, he's been here a lot down through the years and been given a whole lot of breaks. So I'll take this under advisement. If you want to get something, I'll give you, maybe 2 weeks. If you got any, phone calls or anything you want to submit to them that you think might be, illuminate me. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Now, we have, I don't know who else we have over there.
Timothy Shirley, I think.
Timothy Shirley.
Yeah. Timothy Shirley, and then we had the gentleman that, Mr. Carter, he was here earlier that we're going to have a hearing on.
And then there's
Yeah. Who you got now?
That's Timothy Jones.
Timothy.
I'm not Jones, but.
Timothy Shirley.
Yes, sir.
Agency on What's number? What's the number?
18.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, okay. Commonwealth versus Timothy Shirley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you got, Mr. Stockton, on Timothy Shirley?
We need to get another pre-trial and negotiation.
I think I can.
I thought he'd be out on bond.
Well, no, we just made the agreement today.
What is it?
Oh, we just need another pre-trial negotiation.
July the 5th?
Can we go to August? Can we go to August, Judge?
That'd be fine.
Was he gonna get out of jail before then under the agreement?
Yes, we've agreed to amend his bond to a surety bond, $10,000 surety bond. Who has the mother of his child, Gina Kirk.
Okay, what's his bond now?
I think it's,
Are you over there? Wait just a second.
It's 20,000 cash or twice the property.
Okay, and what's the Commonwealth agreeing to amend it?
10,000 surety bond.
10,000 surety, and who is it gonna be approved?
Gina Kirk.
Gina Kirk is gonna be approved by the court for 10,000. He's gonna be under curfew to be, he's gonna be living with her? Is that where he's gonna be? Where are you gonna be living at, Mr. Shirley?
Jennifer,
Okay, well, he'll be at her residence. He can leave there for church work or the doctor, okay? And he'll give that address. She can sign the bond, give that address.
Your Honor, do we no longer need, originally the residence being a monitored place, we do not have to have that every.
You don't want an ankle monitor on him?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And when's his next court date?
I was gonna ask for the August date.
Why?
I don't think we'll have anything ready, but
What do you have to have ready? Hell, you can have anything ready by today. What?
I think it would be the best to put it in August, Your Honor.
Okay, August the 15th. What's the negotiation day in August?
It'd be the first Friday of that month.
What is that? Everybody look at the calendar.
I think it's the second.
August the 2nd, 9 a.m. here, and then August the 15th, the court date, both of them conditions of bond. Have that lady come in and sign your bond, and then you stay at her house under those curfew conditions, okay?
I think so. Appreciate it.
No problem.
thank you, Judge.
Okay, now. What? Mabry still here?
She's online.
Well, ready to go back.
What were we doing on her?
Since.
Oh, okay. Had she not seen it? Is that what the deal was?
No,
it
you
was
just didn't
on-
have a copy.
No, it was on the docket for
It
pre-trial.
wasn't on our dockets, what it was. Yeah. Commonwealth versus Courtney Mabry, 23 CR 0023. You are Courtney Mabry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counselor, is there any reason why she shouldn't be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor, we just asked you to follow the agreement.
On a plea of possession of controlled substance first degree, she'll receive a sentence of 3 years probation or 5 years. Referred to a social service clinician, and she'll follow his recommendations. She will get credit for time served. Anything confiscated will be forfeited or destroyed. And what's the court cost in this case?
Oh, it's a charge.
$265. Do you need some time to pay that, Ms. Mabry?
Yes, Your Honor.
First $30 payment, 30 days from the date of release, and she's to be released today. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Mr. Stockton?
Yeah.
She's to be released today. Probated. Okay. We'll send you a document. Your first payment will be 30 days from today and 30 days thereafter until the $265 is paid, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, we got Mr. Carter's hearing here. I'm gonna take just a minute break. Mr. Carter, you can come around here and have a seat, and I'll be right back.
You got any other questions about that? It's just hard.
Okay.
But she'll do drug order. You didn't want her to do that.
I'm just gonna call around for those guys and if they don't care how I do it.
And that'll be like 18 months of control over too.
Right, she's gonna get her old. She's got a 5-year sentence. So if I'm gonna tell them that, they ought to agree to the shot. Say,
18 months is longer than that.
well, she's been almost 6 months, hasn't she?
She got a lot of credit.
Yeah, so I'll check into it.
See you.
See you.
Mr. Garrett. You like.
I feel like you were picking on Johnny a little bit today.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. He got mad at me and walked out one time to go check.
Yeah, he just stomped out.
He stomped out.
I could see him doing it.
Then he comes back and apologized.
Just laugh at me.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Carter, yeah, what's Mr. Carter's number here on this thing? Number 4, Brockman Carter, 24 CR 0030. Mr. Carter, previously you stated that you were desirous of representing yourself. Have you've had like all day to think about it. You still want to do that?
At this time, yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, this is the time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, give me the hearing. We'll have to have, you raise your right hand, swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Right, now, you can lower your hand. We've got to ask you a series of questions here to make sure you're qualified to represent you. There. Now,
Judge,
yeah,
I know we've got a background. Could I say something? Just something in general to Mr. Carter.
yes.
Mr. Carter, you really ought to rethink that.
I think that's good advice. But I can't make him rethink it, you know. Okay, here you go with the questions. Now, some of these questions are going to seem patronizing and that sort of thing, but I've got to ask you the questions anyway, okay? Have you ever studied law? You've been to law school?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever represented yourself or any other defendant in a criminal action?
No, sir.
Okay. You realize that you are charged with the crimes you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
And what are the crimes?
I can't remember all of them.
We'll bring them up here so we'll make sure.
He's charged with DUI, first offense, aggravating circumstances, leaving the scene of an accident, failure to render aid or assistance. 2 counts of wanton endangerment, first degree, fleeing or evading police, first degree, motor vehicle, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, second degree, possession of open alcohol beverage container in a motor vehicle, and speeding 26 miles per hour or over.
Okay, and you heard those charges. You realize that you are charged with the crimes that my staff lawyer just read off.
Yes, sir.
Some of those charges could, in fact, end up giving you a sentence in the penitentiary. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Others are misdemeanors or DUIs or stuff that could subject you to serious crime, fines. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You realize if you're found guilty of more than one of these crimes, the court could be served consecutively instead of concurrently. In other words, you got 2 felonies that you get 5 years each. They can be stacked on each other. Is that correct? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You realize that if you represent yourself on your own, I cannot tell you how to try your case or even advise you how to try your case. You will be held to the same standards as a lawyer would be if you're representing your case. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any familiarity with the Kentucky rules of evidence?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you realize that the Kentucky rules of evidence governs what evidence may or may not be introduced in the trial, and representing yourself, you must abide by these the same as if you were a lawyer. You understand that? Are you familiar with the Kentucky rules of criminal procedure?
No, sir.
Okay, you realize that these actions govern the way in which a criminal trial is tried, and you'll be held to the same standard, as a lawyer. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You realize that if you decide to take the witness stand, you must present your testimony by way of asking questions of yourself. You just can't take the stand and tell your story. You must proceed question by question. In other words, you just have to question yourself the same way you would another witness. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I must advise you, according to law, that you'd be far better defended by a trained lawyer than you can be by yourself. I think it is unwise for you to try to represent yourself. You're not familiar with the law. You're not familiar with court procedures. You're not familiar with the rules of evidence. And I would strongly urge you not to try to represent yourself. Now, in light of the penalty that you might suffer, if you're found guilty and in a lot of difficulties in representing yourself, is it still your desire to represent yourself and give up the right to be represented by a lawyer?
Is that, we can't change our mind later?
Well, I mean, this is your time here.
Um,
You know, I mean, that's why I'm having this hearing.
Well, I tell you, Your Honor, is there any way I could get just, maybe a few more days to obtain counsel? I think I'll,
You say,
try to obtain counsel.
but
Yes,
I think that's the best decision I've heard in this court today. So you have an attorney and you have the attorney present with you on, July the 5th at negotiation day here at 9 a.m. Okay. And then on July, the 18th, you and the attorney will appear back here. Both of those are conditions of your bond. And the reason I'm letting you do this is because if you'd been here with an attorney, that's the same thing we would have done. So you're not costing anybody any time, not costing yourself any time, anything. That's what would have been done. So you be there on July the 5th with an attorney and then here on July 18th, okay?
all right. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Okay, now, is that complete the criminal docket?
We have a plea with Maxie Huff.
Okay, where's that on here at?
Number 12, I'm out of custody.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Maxie Huff, 24 CI 0037. Are you Maxie Huff?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9101.
Yes, sir.
You're here today and I understand you wish to enter a plea. Is it a felony plea or a pretrial diversion?
Diversion, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that we identified just a few minutes ago in 24 CR 0037?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence with that the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
You believe that you have been fully informed about this case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a guilty plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights.
Yes, sir.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights.
Yes, sir.
Understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Now, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Do you have any felony convictions in the last 10 years?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand that if you fully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted. You can have your record expunged. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion program, you'll be brought back before this court here, and the court will decide if you have violated the diversion program. We so find we'll schedule a scheduling hearing, have a pre-sentence investigation for it. After your sentencing, you'll be a convicted felon. And any cases in the future where you were convicted could be enhanced on the persistent felony offender law. You understand that? Step to your left here. Listen very on to the left, and the Commonwealth's going to read what their recommendation is. Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Mr. Huff will plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years. Upon a plea of guilty to fleeing and evading police first degree, he'll receive a sentence of 5 years. He will also plead guilty to operating a vehicle while under the influence, first offense. He will pay a $200 fine and costs. He will also, the 3 and 5 year sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. He'll serve 60 days. He'll get credit for 11 days in jail, and he will do an additional 49 days on home incarceration. He'll receive credit for those 11 days. He'll pay restitution amount of $128 to the Monroe Circuit Court within 30 days, and he'll enter and complete the Monroe Specialty Court. And all evidence, he'll obtain and maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Okay, you further realize, is that what you agreed to? Okay, you further realize that on a DUI plea like this, that's enhanceable too. I think it's enhanceable anyway, even if you complete this pretrial diversion. You understand that?
Sir.
So if you get another one in the future, it'll be a second, it'll be more severe. It could last on your record for a long time. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you doing this for your own free will because you are indeed guilty?
Yes, sir.
You waive your constitutional rights out of the court to impose the sentence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
What are the total court costs and fines in this case? How much? $640, okay, $640. I'm gonna allow you to go to drug court. What do they usually do in drug court? They let them make payments on their fines there in drug court?
That usually whatever's set up here is what they.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is have you to pay $60 a month. First payment is due 30 days from today. And you do those and keep those as part of your drug court obligation. Has he already been accepted into the drug
No,
court?
he's not been assessed yet.
Okay.
He'll have to be assessed.
Okay, well, you're getting probated. I mean, it's a pretrial diversion anyway.
Collins.
So Mr. Collins, you need to do that, and then he'll put you in contact with the drug court people, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, man. Bye-bye.
Make sure I sign that. Is there any other criminal matter? Not, we are in recess until 1.
Yeah, no, the show call.
Yeah, okay, well, let's stay open for the show cause docket here. Show cause docket. Okay, if your name is calling a show cause docket, the clerk's office will give us that. Dalton Birdwell. I heard from Dalton Birdwell. What's he incarcerated for?
He's on for revocation plus the.
He's on the revocation.
Okay, we'll put him back. He's still in jail. We'll put him back on this docket for July 18th. Stephen Bray. How much payment did he make? Okay, that's good. Stephen Bray,
That's the same.
same docket.
Well, same. Yes, your case.
Yeah, 2 different cases. Christopher Burks. Got 2 different cases, Mr. Burks, 200 and 992. Have you made any payments toward these?
No, sir. I was just gonna go and get some money from working today. I could pay 150 today by 4 o'clock.
Okay, pay 150 by 4 o'clock and then pay you'll pay $50 a month after that. Okay, $150 today and $50 a month after that, you catch it up, okay?
Okay.
If you don't if you don't have it by 4 o'clock, you just,
I can give the receipt to Chase Collins.
that'd be good. Okay. He doesn't have to come back again if he's paid this, but it pays, if he's up on a $50 a month, let him slide, okay? Follow me? Do what? Okay, we'll just schedule him for July 18th, and if he's paid by then, he won't have to come back, right? Okay. Dylan Ford. You put him back on the docket again.
Yes. November 14th.
On what?
November 14th.
That's too far out. Warren Gayer.
$50 July 18th.
Okay, put him back on the 18th. Are you Warren Gayer? No. Billy Graves,
$50 July 18th.
put him back on, yeah. Ricky Henson. Ricky Henson. Issue a bench warrant, he can purge himself by paying $290. Devon Howard,
The judge, he paid 60. They already paid 100.
okay, I'll take the 60 and he's got, how much he got? What's the total amount he's out?
105 in one case, 1,005 in another case, 840.
What did she propose to do on it?
That's all right.
What did he paid 60 when? It says on the docket, pay 60 by Friday, 5/17. That's what he did, right?
Just this week's,
Yeah, but that's what it says on the docket.
Right.
So then that's what he did, right? Well, he needs to pay another 100 by July 18th, okay? Brian Hunter. Are you Brian Hunter? Okay, you owe $165.
Yeah, I've got a lot of, I've got about, I think, $700 worth of court fees that I owe downstairs, or restitutions that I've been working on, trying to make payments on and stuff.
Is that in district court?
Yeah. And it's just, money's been tight, and I've been trying to keep up with that, and then this come in, and I just hadn't.
How much is he owe on those other cases?
Downstairs, it's restitution, it's about, I think.
Accepted in her court that she only accepted.
Yeah, and then the reason that I ended up having to go talk to her this morning about my other fees, because I wasn't able to make a payment because my wife had a miscarriage, and we had to take her to the hospital, and she had to have surgery about that and stuff.
And you paid $20 today?
By what time?
Okay, what I'm gonna do is, considering what you said and you pay $50 by July 18th.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
$50 by July 18th and $50 every month till you get to 165 done.
All right, that's
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for being here.
Want me to get anything or?
No, just pay the 50 with July 18th. Sean Jones,
He's incarcerated too, Your Honor.
put him off till July 18th incarcerated. Jeffrey Kruger. Do you know him?
I do, Your Honor.
Is he here?
He's a local, he's not here.
Yeah, well, issue a bench warrant. He owes $415. He can purge himself by paying $415. Jamie Piercy owes $235.
He was in court today too, Your Honor, but he's not incarcerated.
That was the one he was working on paying child support. He used to get a wage assignment, and it was continued generally. So we should be paid.
Well, issue an order that he's to pay $100 by July 18th. Maria Rivera, 18,549. She here somewhere? Issue a bench warrant for her. She didn't pay anything in a year. Issue a bench warrant for her. She can purge herself by paying $5,000. She owes $18,500. Patrick Harley Scott.
He's another one from your court, Your Honor.
He is. We'll put him on a $60 a month payment. First payment be done by July 18th. Travis Smith. Okay, paid $300, July 18th, okay. Andrea Stinson.
$30 July 18th.
That'll be fine. She's got another 20 there. Hunter Strode,
$25 July 18th.
that's fine. Eric Anthony Taylor,
$50 July 18th.
be fine. Sonny Voorhees, continue it over till the 18th, $1,245. Is that restitution or what is that?
Fines and fees.
Fines and fees, yeah. Jeremy Woods. Is there anybody else here on the show cause docket? Not. We'll be back here to child support docket at 1 o'clock. Okay, we're in recess, off the record. Oh.
Is there a paper that we draw? Something there's two. Maybe.
20 CI 00128 Russell versus Curtis.
Continue to July the 18th, please.
Okay. Fox versus Fox.
Continue to July the 18th.
Some payment been made?
Yes.
How much do we have left on Fox versus Fox?
We looked this up 2 or 3 months ago.
I think there was like 4,000.
4,000, yeah.
It's been like a 12 and a half year ordeal here. Gallup versus Gallup.
Continue to July the 18th, please.
Graves versus Graves.
Judge, that's our motion to intervene on behalf of the cabinet to collect child support.
Submit an order.
Yes.
Turner versus Guffey.
Continue to July the 18th.
Heston versus Heston.
Continue to July the 18th, please.
Hudson versus Hudson.
July the 18th, please.
Jimenez versus Jimenez.
Continue to July the 18th, please.
Keith versus Keith.
Continue to July the 18th, please.
Strode versus Kidd.
Judge, that's our motion to just make the cabinet pay E. It's one of the steps we have to take.
Submit an order.
Yes.
Pennington versus Pennington.
Judge, that is our motion to adjudge his arrearage. Ron Hampton revived this about 18 months ago
Yeah,
so that the judgment would not become stale.
yeah,
That amount was 18,256 and 75 cents.
yeah.
We have done an in-office audit adding interest. So that makes the arrearage 30,844 and 44 cents. And we got him, we did it at 6% because that's what the Ron Hampton's order said, whereas child support could be 12%. And we're also asking just to designate, what do we need to release the money? That Pam, once we get this judgment, he's made a lump sum payment. Once we get this judgment entered, then the cabinet can release his lump sum payment to the mother of the child. And this is.
Oh, he lump summed it out, paid it?
No, he made a partial payment, $3,000 payment on it.
Yeah.
And David Paulson contacted me and 2 months ago said he was going to be getting in this case, asked that we continue it. Then he brought the $3,000 to our office or had someone deliver it. And we've sent him this re-notice and have not heard from him, so. He never officially entered an appearance.
Who decides whether the cabinet would be like willing to settle the whole thing for less than that?
It's owed to the mother, so she's.
Well, it's
the one
owed
with
to the
decision,
mother.
And she's here.
Yeah.
She's the one with the decision-making authority.
Oh, well, I thought you were doing it for the cabinet when you said.
No, because it's all
I
owed to
understand.
her. It's
I
her money.
understand. I understand. Does he have property or anything?
He has a job. He has no property in his name.
I would think that's usually happens somewhere.
And has there been a wage assignment taking?
Not yet, no.
We have to get this in,
I
this
got
order
you.
entered that was submitted before we.
I got you.
Move forward.
Reduce it, as they say.
Yes.
Okay, Rich versus Rich.
Judge, this is our motion to intervene.
Is this Mr. Rich here?
We attempted to explain to him outside what was going on. The
Hello,
mother
Mr.
of the
Rich.
children is receiving state benefits.
Do what?
The mother of the child,
Yeah.
they have joint custody, I think, but she's receiving state benefits. So we have to intervene to collect back for the state what they're spending on the child from the.
How much of it? All of it?
There's not.
Wait, just a sec. We'll get you a chance.
His,
I don't understand it. I don't do
his
it.
child support is still based upon his income.
Yeah.
So that's how much accrues every month. No, it's not a dollar for dollar recoupment.
So they're gonna take the child support he pays in and set it off against the cost. Wait just a second, man. Just be patient with me. I'm finding out, okay?
There's a $961. We don't know if she's still drawing it. That's what we're trying to collect is the $960.
What's your child support a month supposed to be?
I'm not supposed to have any child support at all. My custody and everything is zero child support both ways.
That's accurate, but it's been more than a year, so child support after a year can always.
They have joint custody of the children.
What's more than a year? What are you saying? It's more than a year?
Since
That judgment that you got that established that can be opened up after a year, and it's not your ex-wife or your mother, your baby that's doing it. It's the state that's doing it because she's receiving benefits, so she's not doing it. What the county attorney is saying that the state is coming in after a year, they can come in and open it back up and get stuff from
I'm
it.
lost on that. I didn't know that.
Well, I didn't know.
Do that.
Well, I
She
know.
didn't do that or anything. I didn't know.
Well, I know, but they're not lost on it. The state keeps up with it.
So, do I need to get a lawyer and talk to a lawyer about it?
Never hurts to get a lawyer. You know.
Because I mean, I'm not planning on trying to, I mean, I'm not
Sean,
saying that I don't want to take care of
Sean.
my kids, but
once we can intervene, then we can discuss the case with you, tell you exactly how
Okay.
much is gonna be
Okay.
owed.
Okay.
And at that point, it may make sense to you, and if you wanna fight it then you can get an attorney.
Yeah.
okay.
He's just doing what the law
Yeah, I
tells him.
understand.
Okay,
I understand.
okay. I'll sign the motion to intervene. You'll get a copy of it and you can come in and talk to him about it, okay? Thank you, man. Okay, see you now. Brown versus Scott.
July the 18th for review.
Thurman versus Thurman.
Continued July the 18th, please.
In conformity with the court.
What'd you say about that?
We were talking about the Pennington case. I think we're going to come back and set a monthly obligation to reduce the arrears now that we have the judgments.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
Unless you like can execute all of it. Of course, you can't bankrupt out of this. It's pretty safe at 6%. Okay, thank y'all. Mid-South Capital Partners versus Aaron.
Judge, I am standing in Mr. Judd Patterson.
We got some,
He said everything's e-filed.
we got somebody coming up here.
Yes.
Are you Aaron Hydeman?
I sure am.
Okay. Okay, now explain to Mr. Hydeman what's going on here. This is one of these unpaid tax
You
things.
didn't pay tax bills. A third party purchased them. They've attempted to collect from you. They filed lawsuit.
They
years
sent me one letter.
in 2022. This has been filed. You were
Yeah.
served by the sheriff or a certified.
Okay, let me ask you.
Certified.
Wait a second here. Let me ask you something. Did you own this land there or did you buy it and somebody else?
What
did?
happened, Your Honor?
Okay,
Me and my wife was married. We
yeah,
got a divorce in '06. She was supposed to have gotten the land,
yeah.
supposed to have been in her name. Somehow the land didn't get transferred. They're trying to say I owe the damn money now.
No,
And I
Chris,
just-
don't use damn here, okay? We'll get along a lot better.
I'm sorry.
Okay, listen, I ain't on anybody's side. I just want to make sure we know what's going on here, okay?
When they're saying the property owes this money.
It's
and they're
not
going to
you.
Force the sale of the property to collect this money.
But what I'm saying is, I can care less. They can have the property. I offered them the property 2 years
Well,
ago.
okay.
And they wouldn't take it.
Well, here's the thing about it. How much?
What are you?
Wait a second.
Are you representing
Now,
them or
what?
not?
Wait a second. He's just standing in for the people that can't be here. Is all he's doing. The lawyers on the other side. So, the deal is there's this tax lien and they're trying to enforce the tax lien and under the statutes, which I don't agree with, I don't like.
They're robbers.
I don't like a statute. Mr. Stevens doesn't like a statute. My staff lawyer doesn't like a statute. You don't find anybody that likes a statute, okay? But they can come in and enforce it and charge a certain amount of money, and then they got interest and all that kind of stuff, which take a little bitty tax bill into a lot of money, Okay, now how much is, somebody got the file in this case to see what the,
$12,000 and something.
you know, will the property bring that?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
I called, they said it was valued at 7,500.
What was the tax lien for? Oh. Well, it looks like they might have bought several tax liens on this thing. None of them are worth very much. But under the law, they've got the right to add interest at like 12% and then attorney's fees and preparation fees. But I will assure you that I will go over all of them and make sure they don't enter a lien for any more than necessary. So we'll order the land sold and all the sale proceeds. They're wanting litigation fees, it looks like, of $1,920 and stuff like that. So we'll find out. You got the judgment amount down anywhere? Have you seen? Here's the final judgment amount. $12,900. And how big a piece of property is it?
It's 1 acre.
Yeah, probably won't bring, it doesn't have anything on it.
Got a trailer that's run down, looks like it's ready to fall in. I went by there this morning.
Yeah.
It's got a building on it. It doesn't look too good a shape.
But the deed wasn't ever done from you over to your wife or?
It was, yes, that's what they're telling me.
Yeah.
But I've got the divorce papers saying it's supposed to have went to her.
Where is she at now?
She has passed away, so they can't go
Deceased.
after her. They're trying to come after me, the last person, and I don't
Well, I don't know,
think
but
I
I don't know where they're coming after the property.
So that's all they want is the property.
No, they want money.
Well, they're
You
not
know,
getting any money.
Well, that's neither here nor there.
I'll offer them $4,000 right now and walk away.
It's not his case. He just brought this for them. They just got here. So, they'll get a judgment. We'll have a sale, see what it brings, and then see if they want to go for a deficiency judgment about it. Okay? So I'll go ahead and sign an order for the sale. What you need to do is come to the sale and protect yourself there. If it doesn't bring as much as you think so, you can always buy the piece of property if you have a
I don't
desire.
have no desire.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what you can do. I can't tell you what you have a desire to do. Okay, well, thank you for being here today.
Well, is there any way that I can get a lawyer
Sure, you can get a lawyer,
and
but the
before
problem
we-
is you're in default here.
before
But
this
I'll tell you what
happens?
I'll do. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll let you consult a lawyer and I'll hold off for signing this until the July the 18th.
That's fine.
July the 18th.
See you the 18th, brother.
He probably won't be here. Quit saying stuff to him. He's just standing in for these people. It's neither here nor there, Wes. When another lawyer can't make it, they send it to a local lawyer just to just stand there. It's not his case. These lawyers in Louisville are doing it. So don't act like he's doing anything. He's doing nothing, just standing there. Okay?
Paid, so
Do what?
he's getting paid.
But yeah, he is getting paid. I'm getting paid. The sheriff's getting paid. And these people here are gonna get paid more than they ought to. But there's nothing I can do about it or anybody else. That's the law. okay? They buy these tax liens and then they charge these ginormous things, and I look at every one of them to make sure they don't get any more than they're entitled to, because I don't like it. Okay, thank you very much.
Going back to the 18th.
If you want to come back here with a lawyer, I'll allow you to come back and bring any argument you have as to what's wrong with this between now and you bring the lawyer with you, okay? Okay, thank you. Mid-South versus Ricky Clemens.
I'm afraid to open my mouth.
You got a defense to this here? Are you representing Mid-South
No.
against the evil one here?
Against the evil West Stevens, I'm representing Harold Carter, just a third party, and we had filed for a default judgment in case we just want to make sure he gets his money out of it too. He's filed an answer.
If it sells for a sufficient amount, we'll let the judge determine the order of the liens.
Completely fine. I just didn't know if I need to get a
But
judgment.
nobody gets in front of these companies here just about unless the city or the county taxes.
They have the same standing as the
Yeah.
county.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm.
So sit down.
Want another,
Okay, it's it.
you want another case, Mr. Carter, right there, you know, Curtis versus Curtis.
Good
Curtis
afternoon.
versus Curtis, yeah.
Yes, this is our motion for default. I represent Miss Curtis.
Just want the divorce or what?
Yes, just,
Okay, is there property settlement attached to it?
they divided property when they separated,
There's
Your
no
Honor.
property left, just a divorce.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
we'll sign it. He's been properly served, has he? Or-
Yes, the return of summons was filed, May 13th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mid-South Capital Partners versus William Grider.
Judge, can you get Mr. Richardson between Mr. Grider and I before he gets up here?
Understand between you just. Because it can't.
Is this another one of these tax deals?
It is.
Tell me what happened on this one.
Is this the property you still own?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I paid on it for a while and I went to jail. Got out of jail, had a heart attack, and I just didn't get them paid. I was making $100 a month payments on it.
How much are they wanting to collect?
I don't even know how much it is.
Well, I'll go ahead and sign the judgment on the thing and then I'll monitor what they're trying to collect from you as best we can to make sure that it's fair and, on the thing. I guess they've decided, not to send their lawyers over here and be abused by me anymore. They're probably gonna get a local.
Who gets abused by the defendants?
Yeah,
I ain't
I-
gonna hurt you.
Mr.
I'm out
Carter,
of town.
Mr. Carter's got something in this case too here, don't you, Mr. Carter? You're on here.
Oh, this may have been when I was supposed to be in. That's the wrong case. I thought the Clemens was the last case.
No. No, you gotta pay
I don't know how
attention to
much I
those
owe.
things now.
Okay, let me know. I'll try to pay it off if I can,
Yeah,
but,
the last one.
let's say I get my
It's
first
listed
social
on the
security check
distribution.
next August.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the warning order attorney. I know you want to stand up here and get involved in it. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and enter the order and you monitor the sale, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, Neil versus Neil. Neil versus Neil. This is a motion to proceed in form of property that she filed it herself. Who's gonna be represent, are you gonna do it?
I'm by myself.
Yeah, I mean, where'd you get the forms at?
From, financial aid.
Do you know how to get the paper served on him and things like that? Do you know how to do that?
No,
Who's gonna advise you on that?
I don't know yet.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll sign it to let it be filed in form of opposite claim. Appears that you're eligible, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's your bar association with access to justice, you know. Are you still on the bar association? You don't have to answer that. Rouse versus Rouse versus Rouse versus Rouse. Okay. Hello,
Are you Judge?
Bliss.
Your Honor, I represent the petitioner in this case. It was my original motion to modify child support. We just recently exchanged discovery as far as our client's finances. So I think the only thing we're needing is just a hearing scheduled to be able to see what the judge will.
Well, what's the issue?
The issue is that so my client back in 2020, our client's divorced. In the separation agreement, my client was ordered to pay $400 a month directly to Ms. Coleman's client. Since then, there's been some changes in income. Since the discovery that we've received, my client's income has went down a little. And her client's income has increased quite a bit. And
So you want a modification? Is what you're saying?
yeah, my client's wanting a modification of it, just to be,
Paying a month now.
he's ordered to pay $400 a month directly to her.
How many children are there?
There's 2 children, but they have equal time sharing. And her client's making more than mine. So that's kind of, and also the separation agreement, the way it was is that my client was supposed to be paying her directly. Well, back in March, her client sought the services of the child support office here. So in a sense, she's kind of already asked to have it modified, and all we're wanting is for it to be in accordance with the child support guidelines, modified to that.
I'm sure you're in accord with that, aren't you?
So we obviously object to the motion. There's no child support worksheet that was attached to the original decree, but they had agreed to a modified amount. So he already was paying less than what the calculations would have required, almost half. So I think that, and also I think that we are not totally of an accord that there has been a substantial change in circumstances that would warrant any sort of modification. I think just seeking the child support office to help collect is not in and of itself enough to do that. He was not paying her directly. So that's why she sought the services of the child support office to help with the collection, so that there would be a third party that would be tracking the payments.
Y'all haven't exchanged income information.
We have just gotten, I think it was 1 minute, 2, I don't even know what day it is. I was out of town, I'm sorry. But we also have other motions that were filed, Judge. At the same time, we had asked, one of the things we had asked for was to transfer this case to Barron County because we felt like they are the more appropriate court to hear this. The children are enrolled in school in Barron County and have been for the entirety of their school. So I feel like that would be the better place for it to be heard. And then we also had filed to modify the time sharing based on some things that we expressed concerns over in our motion itself.
You don't have any objection to getting transferred?
I have an objection to the transfer. Mainly, so her client does live in Barron. My client lives in Monroe. Both of their families live here in Monroe. The children play sports in Monroe. Any witness that would be called other than their mere allegation that there's a truancy issue, which I haven't seen any type of documentation that there would be. All the witnesses would be from Monroe County. I don't
have
see.
your calendars with you?
Yes, sure.
How far out in advance you need to have this hearing?
What on all of the issues or on, I mean,
Well, let's get them all.
I guess I need to know about the transfer would be the primary trigger, I guess.
I'm not going to transfer.
Okay. Okay.
As much as I would like to, usually I transfer them only when both parties agree, you know.
If there's not going to be a transfer, Your Honor, if we could push it out a little just for the fact, since we've just exchanged financials, if we can see if there's
I
any.
figured that. How much is a push or a shove here? I don't know how far out when you want to do it.
I mean, I would be shocked if we reach an agreement, Judge, quite frankly.
Well, I'm going to have a hearing.
So
I just
I
want to
think we
when
need
to
to
set
go
the
ahead and
hearing.
schedule something.
That's fine.
That's what I want. That's the reason I got this little calendar out. Sometime in July. perhaps?
Just want to throw a date out. I don't care to look.
How about July 18th? That'll be our regular rule day here. And we can schedule it. Do you think it would be safe to schedule it at 2:30? 2:30. And I'll stay as long as necessary to have the hearing. And between now and let's say 10 days from now, I'd like for y'all to reach an agreed order as to what the issues are that we're going to hear that day, rather than just come over here and, you know, I don't like them, they don't like me, that it just, let's just kind of hone it down to see if there's anything you can agree upon.
Okay.
To do, because we're gonna start doing more of these ourselves. Okay,
Did you say 2 or 2:30, Judge? I'm sorry.
2:30.
Sounds good.
We might be able to do it at 2, but I think it's safer to do 2:30. You agree with that?
Yeah, because I don't know if there's any confidential matters will be attended.
You know, we could have some adoptions or that's right. Okay?
That's good.
Thank y'all very much. Go off the record
Thank you.
just for a second. I understand that, go off the record. just for a second. I understand that it was Dana's daughter that won the Miss Kentucky.
Yes,
thing. See,
yes.
I didn't know that
Mhm.
until Kelly Sinclair and Old. Okay, Laura McCarty as administratrix of the estate versus numerous parties here.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alex Hyman, standing in for Scott Jones on behalf of Arnold's Consultant.
Okay,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Dale Golden here on behalf of the plaintiff.
yeah, now what we, have you finished all discovery or expert witness that aren't gonna appear personally?
Your Honor, on that topic, Mr. English had asked to wait to disclose his expert after the appeal. So he has disclosed Ken Agent, who's local here to Kentucky. I would like to take his deposition. The only other expert in the case whose deposition that has not been taken is Mr. Barentine or Barentine for ACEs. And I'd like to take him by Zoom. That's it as far as that goes. The last time we were here, we penciled in a date for the trial for November.
Okay.
Which was a good thing because since then there has been some discussions about resolving the case, which is productive.
We got the 18th to the 22nd,
Pardon me, Your Honor.
November 18th to the 22nd.
That is correct, but I
Now,
was,
the 21st is one of our rule days, so if we're doing the 18th, 19th, and 20th, we might have to take a break on the 21st and come back and resume on the
No, yeah,
22nd
we have it scheduled for the 18th through the 27th.
to the 27th.
We're just taking the 21st off.
Okay, so we'll,
But I was contacted by one of the parties.
there's somebody who I
There's
think
not-
had a party that's not available, which I understand. But if that date's not available in November, if the court could,
why are they not, who's not available?
I believe it's Mr. Jones is not available. I think he has. I'm not sure because I just thought we were rescheduling for December, or I have the future availability. I thought it was already rescheduled. So
You have to stand behind the microphone and speak up. The acoustics are bad.
I believe it was either. Are you familiar?
If I recall, I believe that Mr. Jones told us that his client, the principal at ACES consulting engineer, is not going to be available. He's going to be out of the country during that time period. And that prompted us to go and look for some alternative dates, and the dates that we were looking at, I think, would be pushed. Ideally, for my schedule, it's going to be the second week of February. And that's starting at 10.
Did he say why his client was gonna be out of the country? It seems, I mean, this has been on the calendar for quite a while. I mean, unless it's for a kidney transplant or something in Thailand, I would think that they could rearrange the dates, you know?
I'm looking for the email. My apologies, Your Honor. I was under the impression that we were just setting a trial
Judge,
today.
I don't represent ACEs, but as I recall, Mr. Arnold, who is the principal at Arnold Consult ACEs, had a wedding anniversary and they planned a cruise to be out. That was the substance of the email. My dog's not in that body.
And I'll say,
Nor
Judge, on
mine.
behalf of the plaintiff, if that's the case, if the court would just take the next month, December and January, anytime in December and January, I will rearrange whatever I have at my firm and do what's necessary for an attorney from my firm to try the case at any time in December or January. And I think that perhaps other counsel would be able to do the same.
That does not work for me, Your Honor, as I just said.
What doesn't work for you?
The December to January compromise. I'm fine with November. I'm fine with February. The December dates and the January dates do not work. January in particular, that middle week. So I am going to be gone, so.
What is the middle week? The 13th, the 13th?
I'm looking at it here. The 15th through the 21st.
Okay. Yeah, so. Wonder when the cruise starts and ends, you know?
Yeah, do you all have the email? I'm sorry, I can't find the email. Your Honor, my apologies. I thought we had a notice motion today just to set the trial. That was the understanding I had. So I thought we were. just
Well, I
looking
thought
for
we were coming to
availability.
verify this date because it wasn't firmly set because we didn't know it, but we set those days aside, so I remember it, so.
Yes, Sean.
What about October, sometime in October?
You ready to go in October? October's good.
I've located the email. So dear Ms. Thompson, I represent Arnold Consulting in the above reference case, and I have copy counsel for all parties of record on this email. We were before the court on Thursday. We discussed setting aside 2 weeks for the trial of this matter in November. However, my client has a conflict with that date. The parties, however, are available December 9th through the 20th for this work.
Plaintiff is good with October, Your Honor, if you do want to set it in October.
Your Honor, may I grab my laptop and check the calendar? Thank you.
Look at September 30th through October 4th.
I've got conflict on that period of time.
How much of that period, that entire week?
I am scheduled to be out those 2 weeks. I can do it any other week in October. I can do it.
Okay, well, let's look at some of, what I'm trying to do is trying to find a week that is not interrupted by a rule day. you know, considering the high profile of this case, I'd like to keep the jury in my purview and not let them be off for a period of time, you know, just saying. Okay, what about the last week? Did we talk about the last week in October?
Good last week.
That's good for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have a trial October 29th through October 31st. And we have middle of October available.
Do what?
We have the
They
middle
don't-
of
they-
October.
They don't have the middle of October. We could set it sometime after November 5th, but there could be one way or the other, there could be mass migrations of people after November the 5th. Either way. What do you have the last week of October? Is it going for sure?
It's on the lead counsel's calendar. I could give him a call right now if that would
Is the
help.
lead counsel gonna be down here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Scott Jones is.
Why don't you step out and give him a call and see?
Yes, sir.
It's good.
I really don't like things like this in December. I mean, you gotta take consideration for the people in the jury too. And it's gonna be a hard thing for everybody involved here. The defendants, the plaintiffs, everybody, you know. December is not usually a good time to do these sort of things.
The facts of the accident happened on New Year's Eve, Your Honor. Potentially prejudicial. I haven't looked at that, but it does. And it's difficult with the schedules, but
I'm not planning on having it on New Year's Eve. Let's go off the record till he comes back.